Okay, I think we're live and we're testing with completely new stream settings. Let me just do an audio test. Okay, I think we're live and we're testing with completely new stream settings. Let me just do an audio test. Okay, so that's good to know. So it looks like this is actually pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie, this looks really good right now. Yeah. So I thought Kingdom Hearts 3 would be a good test. So we are playing this off of Epic Games. This is the PC version of the game. I'm real curious to see what, like, how this actually looks. Let me just see. Oh, I can only from that view I can only watch it like that. You know what? I want to look at this on, well, this on, well, okay, so the audio sounds good. So we've got good audio.
Keep your eyes peeled. Those lucky emblems could be anywhere.
Okay, so the audio doesn't seem super loud. Hold on. Let's see. Whoops. Oh, I hate when I do that. I want to go back out to the thing. I need to set the audio one higher. I don't like that you can't change the audio settings from within the game menu. You gotta go out to the title view. Okay. Let's see how that sounds. Okay. Let's see how that sounds. Okay, that sounds better.
So much for hoping Twilight Town would be safe.
Okay, much better. Wow.
If I remember right, the old mansion's out past the woods.
You know, in this game, Goofy, it's funny because Goofy's actually like the most wise out of the three of them. Wow. Oh, there. Yeah. You gotta take a picture of the Mickey. Okay, the Epic Games overlay doesn't show up on screen. That's good. I don't need the Epic Games launchers thing to be showing up.
Okie dokie, ready to check out the old mansion?
This is what I remember about this place. I remember in Twilight Zone, you just hit all the, like, Chinese food boxes and you get random food items. Man, so far these settings, I need to get like another computer so I can just check real quick. So I'm gonna go and see like how this actually looks. Gonna get the laptop out to see like what the quality what the quality looks like on this.
Yeah. More screenings to come, folks. You all get your chance. Look.
Nice picture, Sora.
Bust out the ThinkPad P15B Gen 3. And then just, I want to pull up the stream real quick just to see what it looks like. So this is me doing more of like a test just to see. So I'm gonna run around. I want to see. I'm watching it on. Oh wow, I need to mute it. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Hold on, am I watching it at 360p? I'm watching it at 720 60. See if I can watch it at source. This is weird. I'm like watching myself from a different monitor. So I am testing some of the custom profile settings. Because there's a lot more you can do now with, but although I think some of this was an update from back in the summer, but I never bothered to change any of my stream settings. Until now, so let me see. I want to see what is the custom. Did I have the text file open? Yeah. Okay, so AMF. So I am testing with HighMotionQualityBoostEnable equals 1. So there's another setting which I'm not using, and it's called Enable Pre-Analysis. You can turn that one on. I don't know what the difference is. Seems to look pretty good though. Like there is some kind of blockiness, but some of that might just be YouTube. Like that might just be the bitrate. This is a 1080p 60 FPS stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice moves.
Kid's got skills. Well, now. Are you as pumped for the next struggle as I am?
And they also said that there's like a new, there's a new setting, or there's like a new feature, but I don't know where to go to enable it, unless it's something that it's only in Radeon settings, because I'm not using Radeon settings to stream this. I'm using OBS. I was checking XSplit also. XSplit doesn't even. I don't know what it is about XSplit. XSplit really is behind. Like they don't. I sent an email to them to find out if they support the new AMF encoder settings, because I remember when Intel was advertising the AV1 encoding with XSplit, like they basically partnered up with XSplit. But they never really published any of that stuff. Hey Joey. Yeah, I'm so close. I'm getting there. The brightness on this is kind of low. I'm hoping I can get there by the end of the year. So that means I literally have like 2 weeks. I have 2 weeks to get to 7,000 subscribers. That will be a big milestone for this channel. Alright, well I guess it looks good. I think the stream looks pretty good. I'm testing a bunch of new encoding settings that I don't know if you can actually enable these in XSplit. There's apparently there's like an ML, there's a machine learning something upscaling, or not upscaling, but like quality settings that they have.
You think the other Twilight Town has its own 7 wonders?
The other Twilight Town. We're almost there. I hope I can get, like, I only need like 10 more to 7,000. This game looks really good in 4K. I will say that Square Enix, the art direction in their games really does hold up real well. I guess I need to go to the restaurant. Oh, I can power up my keyblades. Oh, okay. This is the PC, yes. This is the PC version of the game. So let me see, I can actually, the Hercules one, well actually this one the strength doesn't improve, the magic improves though. I guess I'll level up. This one makes the Hercules one hit harder. I'm probably gonna go with, I can level up 2 of them actually. I'll go with Elemental. Power that one up, and then power up Hercules. Oh, I can actually power up all of them? In that case, power up this one again. Okay. You're thinking about getting Kingdom Hearts? Or you're thinking about getting the graphics card? I assume Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, I got it because, well, I mean, I've already had it, actually. I just never got around to playing it. And I never actually finished Kingdom Hearts 3 on the console, either. But yeah, I just started this today on the PC to test these encoder settings. Yeah, on PS4. Yeah, I have the PS4 version. I mean, technically, I can play it on the PlayStation 5. But this makes an interesting test here on the graphics. Yeah, I'm pretty far on it on PlayStation. I'm close to the end, if I remember correctly. This is how we get to the old mansion? Oh yeah, I think I remember where I have to go now. I was skipping cutscenes earlier, so that's why I forgot where I'm supposed to go. I'm pretty sure it's like around here. Alright, let's go. It's funny how he's like, he's dumpster diving. He's like taking stuff out of the trash. Don't go faster, it smells bad. Man, I really like the magic in this game. So when I replayed this, I think I chose the exact same setup. I chose Mystic. Mystic and Wisdom. I went Mystic and Wisdom because I like to spam the spells in this game. It was the same build that I did in like Kingdom Hearts 1. In Kingdom Hearts 1, I went with the Dream Staff. Wait, is there something up there? No. But yeah, it's a good game. This was one of the best games of 2019. We'll just kind of skip this for now. Because those are just some generic cutscenes where Heartless pop up, if I remember. Alright, let's try, save that one. I like how you can queue up the transformations also. So, the way, I didn't really like Kingdom Hearts 2 all that much. Because Kingdom Hearts 2 felt like a fashion show. It was basically, oh, this is not good. There we go. But I do feel like Kingdom Hearts in general, the story is so complicated. The story is harder to understand than like the story of Elden Ring. It's so confusing. Kingdom Hearts story is more confusing than like Game of Thrones story. I don't even. Oh, okay. This is the shield. Yeah, let's try the Hercules weapon. Or the Hercules keyblade. Hey Joel, we're testing some. I'm playing around with like different encoder settings. This is probably. Oh wow, okay, we cleared it. This game has so many random. I feel like the spam is off the chart. There's so much spam in this game, like the Disney attractions. The fact that they added the Disney attractions. And they pop up so much more often than like other specials or other supers that oh man, it's ridiculous. It's over the top.
Whoa! What is?
They like these kind of video games? Because there was that one game that I was streaming like last month, or actually no, it's the one that I stream from time to time. The one with the colorful characters, kind of like this game, but that one's a different one. That one's Genshin Impact. But this is basically Disney and Square Enix. But the story, the mythos and the story of this game that we're streaming is so complex. It's probably one of the most complicated, difficult to understand story plots. On its surface, it looks so, you know, what I don't want to say childish. It just looks very simple to get into. But if you try to understand the story of Kingdom Hearts, it's very confusing. Like, I'd have to write a whole essay to try to explain it. And even then, I don't think I understand it that well.
Well, okay. You be careful going home.
See you around.
They just leave him with all the fruit.
Next stop, the mansion.
Alright, we gotta find the mansion.
That little feller sure seemed happy.
Goofy is like one of the coolest characters. It's funny because Goofy, you don't think of Goofy as having like being the smartest or the brightest crayon in the box, but he's actually, compared to Sora and Donald, Goofy is actually very, very wise. I do like the inclusion of the Disney attractions though, like.
Here we go.
This is so random. Oh, I want to do Flare. I want to get off of this stupid Pegasus ride. Yeah, this is my favorite move, Flare. Donald and Sora, this is one of the coolest ones because it's so fast and does a lot of damage. What resolution am I playing at? 4K. This is max settings 4K. Joey just subscribed. Thanks for the sub. It's pretty good streaming quality. Yeah, I'm trying some custom settings. So for those wondering, the in-game resolution is 4K, so 2160p. We are downscaling it to YouTube so that it's viewable in real time at 1080p, 60 FPS. So if you're looking for the source quality of the stream, if you check the YouTube options there for the video quality, the maximum you'll see is 1080p. But I'm actually playing the game at 4K resolution with max settings. So yeah, the 7900 XT, it's good to test it with these different kind of games.
Hey, I think that's a lucky emblem.
Oh, there's an emblem up there, yeah. I think it's right up there. I need to get up there, though, to take the picture. This game feels more Disney than Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 didn't feel very Disney to me. Kingdom Hearts 1 did have a good amount of Disney, but this game is way more Disney, and I think it's because they add the rides. Like the attractions are in this game as actual moves. I don't know whose idea it was to add that, but that was an ingenious idea. I like the magic spells. Oh, am I out of mana? Oh. Final Fantasy characters are gone too. In this game? Are the Final Fantasy... Well, the thing about Kingdom Hearts 2 was... I feel like Kingdom Hearts 2 was all about... I feel like... I said it earlier. It's like a fashion show. It's basically you're trying to collect different outfits for Sora. That's what it felt like to me. This game, he can transform his keyblade. You do actually start out with... It's funny because it's like when the game starts out, you get to see Sora in his Kingdom Hearts 1 outfit, like very briefly at the very beginning. Like when you choose your starting stats, like if you're going to be a magic user or if you're going to be a physical attacker or like a defender tank type. No, this is 3. This is Kingdom Hearts 3. But you start off with Sora, like you briefly get to see Sora in the Kingdom Hearts 3 graphics, but he's wearing the Kingdom Hearts 1 clothing. And then he like looks in a mirror, and then you get to play as Kingdom Hearts 2 Sora. So he's wearing his Kingdom Hearts 2 outfit, which a lot of people say was his best outfit actually. It's like his default Kingdom Hearts 2 outfit. So you get to use that outfit for the first part of the game. So when you're in Hercules World, so Colosseum and Mount Olympus, you're actually controlling Sora, Kingdom Hearts 2 Sora, even though it's Kingdom Hearts 3, which I found kind of interesting. And 3 had no Final Fantasy. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what was lacking too. I just remember the only thing I remember about Kingdom Hearts 2 was unlocking Wisdom form, and then you're basically like hovering around. You're not touching the ground and stuff for a while, and your keyblades basically twirl around you. That was pretty cool. I like Master Form and Final Form were like my two favorite forms in that game. But like I said, it was all about the clothes. It was all about the outfits in that game. At least that's how I remember it. There was Valor Form, Wisdom Form, I think, and then Master, and then Final Form.
Oh, I see it. That building up ahead.
But the other thing too was when you get this outfit, it's funny because when you start this game, it's saying like it starts off with Sora in his Kingdom Hearts 2 clothing, and then it says in the title Kingdom Hearts 2.9. Because you know how this game is so infamous. This series is so infamous for the fractions and the decimal point numbers. Kingdom Hearts 2.5 Final Mix, Kingdom Hearts 2.8 Final Prologue. You know, all those meme type decimal numbered titles. See, so I saved one for Mount Olympus for the Sora Kingdom Hearts 2 outfit. But yeah, there was no Final Fantasy presence. I completely forgot about that. Actually, no, Sephiroth is in Kingdom Hearts 2. I think some of the Final Fantasy 7 characters are in 2, but that's about it. But they don't really do much. So they have very, very minor roles. Like Kingdom Hearts 1, I remember Kingdom Hearts 1 because Yuffie and Leon, aka Squall, had a big role in that game. At least in the first part of that game. But yeah, I think my goal, I want to play through this game on PC, and then I want to test Final Fantasy VII Remake. But I'll probably just play Integrate. I'll play the Yuffie chapter on PC, and then I do need to finish Crisis Core, which I did start last week with the launch of these graphics cards. But this game, like Birth by Sleep, was basically Star Wars, and then now it's all like there's the light and the darkness.
What do you think, guys? This place is even creepier than I remember.
How has the 7900 XT been holding up? I mean, I haven't had any issues with it. Like, I've been reading stuff online about people complaining about random things, like the high power draw at idle. Well, it's not even at idle. It's like multi-monitor.
Thanks for the heart attack.
Which I'm actually using 3 monitors, and the one in the middle is a 4K 144 Hz monitor, and the 2 on the sides are 1440p 144 Hz monitors.
So how did it go?
But yeah, the power draw isn't really anything new, because for some reason, whenever you have monitors running different refresh rates and different timings, different resolutions, AMD, what they do is they just take the, I guess, the easy route out, and they basically set the memory clock to high. So the reason why the power draw is so high is because the VRAM clock is maxed out when you're running multi-monitors with high refresh rates. That's the main thing, but none of that's really new. Like, that's been a problem for a decade on AMD. And I really wish they would solve it. All they need to do is change the profile with how it deals with the blanking time on the display, but I don't really know if the driver can do that. It's more like the password was a mod to the display almost, because you can use tools like Custom Resolution or CRU, Custom Resolution Utility, to tune it, which I haven't messed with, but
oh man.
Does it outperform the 3090 Ti? Yes. I would say for my game collection, yes. I mean, without an FPS counter, I would be very hard pressed to tell the difference. Meaning the performance is better or equal depending on the game. Because the 3090 Ti, if you remember, the 3090 Ti isn't that much faster than the 3080 Ti and the 6900 XT. And in my review that I did for the rasterization performance, this card was basically faster than those cards. So
how'd you know
Technically, I could do another follow-up video comparing this with a 3090 Ti. I'm kind of holding out for the XTX, because if I can get an XTX, you guys can expect me to do a review covering the XTX, and I'm going to pit that card against the 3090 Ti and the 6950 XT, because I do have both of those graphics cards. I just didn't think it was appropriate to compare the cut down 7900 XT to a 3090 Ti and a 6950 XT, because this card's not meant to be a flagship, if that makes sense. So this card's better suited to compare to the 2-year-old flagship, aka 6900 XT, and the 3080 Ti, because that is a cut down of the Ampere generation.
To the other Twilight Town.
Do I think this is better than the 4080? Yeah, because the 4080, you know, starting at $1,200, and realistically, if you want a 4080, you would have to pay more than that. Typically, you're going to be paying like $1,300, somewhere between $1,300 to $1,450 is what I've seen for the AIB models at Micro Center. So just to put a couple of things into perspective for those that are comparing or thinking about getting this over a 4080, or if they're kind of confused on whether or not they should get this or a 4080 or an XTX. What I'll say is, when I went to Micro Center on launch day, when this card launched, they had 4080s in stock when I was there in the store, but the problem was the 4080s that they had were like $1,400 because they're AIB cards. One was there was an MSI, and then there was like a, I forgot what the other one was. It might have been an Asus card or something. But they had two that were both one was $1,349 and the other one was $1,399. And I was thinking, you know, it's either $900 for the XT or $1,400, you know, $500 more for a 4080. I have to pass on the 4080. It's just, it's not even in the same price category. You're paying more than like 40% more money for what? You know, like something that's slightly better in rasterization and ray tracing. It's like, I don't care. So yeah, I definitely choose this or the XTX over the 4080. You see scalpers selling them for cheap, and there are 3GB 4080s open box at Best Buy. See, every time people mention that, when I look that up on my browser, I don't see those listings. So I don't know, maybe it's a regional thing, because I don't see any of that. Because I've been checking every day for all the graphics cards, 4090, 4080, XTX, well, I mean, and XT, although XT I'm kind of ignoring because I already have one. But yeah, like I wouldn't get the 4080. The 4080 is just really bad value compared to the 4090. This card, so the card that we're streaming with, the XT, this card could be cheaper. I will say that this card, I think if this card was $750, it would be completely out of stock right now. And you would have the same difficult time trying to buy one of these as you have right now trying to track down an XTX or an RTX 4090. So, I do think this card is a little bit overpriced by like $100 to $150. So I do think that this at either $799 or $749 would be a lot better. Like, that would make a lot more sense. So it's too close to the XTX flagship in terms of the price. So it's just kind of one of those weird things. You kind of have to weigh like the pros and cons of this versus buying either, you know, like a 6000 series GPU. Because honestly, in my mind, the only other GPU that I would consider buying in this kind of like anywhere from like $600 to $900, it's really between this card and the 6900 XT or the 6950 XT. And the reason why the 6900 XT and the 6950 XT are so enticing is because you can get those games with, you can get those graphics cards with 2 free games. You can get the Callisto Protocol and the voucher for Dead Island 2 when it launches later next year. So that, I think, is something you kind of have to weigh in. And if you're at 1440p, then the 6000 series GPU makes even more sense. But if you're looking for 4K gaming, like what we're doing here, we're gaming in 4K, then I think the 7000 series is definitely worth considering over the 6000, because I do think that this card at 4K will age a lot better than the 6000 series GPUs, especially if you also consider ray tracing. Now, the thing is, people will always try to say, okay, well, NVIDIA's better with ray tracing. Yes, if you're comparing it to the 40 series, but currently the 40 series is just really bad value unless you're capable of buying, a $1,600 starting price RTX 4090. So what I would say there is you kind of have to look at the ray tracing results and how much do you actually care about ray tracing, because in pure path tracing, these AMD GPUs are still not that good. So when I say path tracing, I'm talking about Quake 2 RTX, because I did show that in my review. However, I'll probably retest Quake 2 in another video. Once I get like an XTX, I will definitely do tests with path tracing, because one thing I did not show in my review video was what happens if you lower global illumination, because like Joel was saying in the video where we were kind of testing the various games on the 7900 XT, if you lower global illumination in Quake 2, the FPS jumps way up on the AMD cards. So that is something I did not show in the video, but if you turn global illumination down to low in Quake 2, you get way above 60 FPS at 1440p with this graphics card. And we're not even talking about the XTX, we're talking about the XT. So you posted a video of the XTX on Quake 2 running, and it got 1440p. Okay, yeah, and that kind of makes sense, because that's in line with what I was seeing. If you take the percentage bump from an XTX and just add that on top of my results, then you would kind of land in that 75, 90 FPS. So that makes sense. So yeah, I personally really want an XTX card, but I feel like those are going to be hard to get, at least for the next several weeks. So we'll have to see what happens. My goal is to try to get an AIB XTX, like a Sapphire Nitro is like my top pick. But if I have to get a reference card, I'll settle for that, because this is one of those things where it's like I'm not gonna like wait it out so long till like next year or whatever. So I'm gonna have to constantly watch the listing on Newegg for when these cards are available. And if I can never seem to get one off of Newegg, if I can get one off of AMD.com, if it's a reference card, I'll settle for that. Hey Andrew, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. So it's about 3070 Ti or 3080 performance on Quake 2. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. So it's not like the 30 series ray tracing results are bad. They're not that bad at the end of the day. So it's like, you got to think of it like this. The 7900 cards, the XT and the XTX, are basically like RTX 30 series when it comes to ray tracing, but they're faster than the RTX 30 series when it comes to rasterization. So, and remember, rasterization is 100% of games, whereas ray tracing is still only a relatively very small percentage of the total amount of games out there. So that's why you got to weigh in. You got to kind of put your priorities correct. Like, in my mind, rasterization is priority number one, and the fact that this card beats like all the 30 series cards, and it's just under the XTX and the 4080 and then the 4090 above those, like, it's really not that bad when you think about it, considering it's $900 price point. So yeah, it could be $100, $150 cheaper. But if you want to wait for that, you're going to be waiting for like 9 months to a year before those price adjustments eventually happen. Once the entire product stack is rolled out, eventually the prices will fall. I'll give you guys an example. When the GTX 1080 launched in 2016, the Founders Edition was $699. The quote-unquote MSRP was $600 or $599. But the reality was you could never buy the GTX 1080 at that price. It was always something higher, closer to like 700 or even above 700, like 750, 740, for an AIB, 770 for some AIBs. So after like a year, the price dropped because when the 1080 Ti came out, the new GTX 1080 price was $549. So the same thing can happen to this card. At some point next year, this card will fall from like $900 to maybe $749, is my guess. And then if there is a newer AMD, like a higher end card than the XTX, like for example a 7950 XTX, then, and if that comes out a year from now, then obviously that will probably retail at maybe $1,100, and then the XTX will get dropped down to like $900 or you know, something like that, or maybe $879 or whatever they decide to do. So you can either buy now and, you know, buy with whatever the bad MSRP is right now for any of these cards, that includes the Nvidia ones, or you can wait, or you can buy last gen, because right now, like the 6000, like the 6900 XT is an amazing deal right now. So, and that card, like the reference cooler, is really, really good.
So, you think you can bring Roxas back?
Yeah, so Joey's saying that the XTX should be about the same speed as the 3090 Ti in ray tracing. Yeah, because the 30... So, yeah, somewhere around there. Like 3090 Ti or 3090. One of those... It'll be in the ballpark. I mean, that makes sense. So Andrew's saying, considering the stock and prices of all the 40 series...
And in the unlikely event...
The prices... I like how we're just randomly talking over this guy. He's like talking about all this end of the world's coming, and then we're just kind of like talking about the XTX and, and graphics cards. The price of the XT makes sense from AMD's perspective. They don't have to lower the prices more than on 6000. Yeah, they're kind of doing what Nvidia's doing, right? Like, Nvidia basically layered the 40 series cards on top of, like, all their 30 series cards. AMD's doing the same thing. The only difference is AMD's stack is way more compressed than Nvidia's. Nvidia's is, like, way stretched out. You have, you know, like, 500 for the 3070, and then it goes all the way up to, like, $2,000 for an Asus Strix 4090. So that's a big range. The fact that you, like, I've seen 4080s, like the 4080 Strix is like $1,549. At that point, that's totally not worth it. You would just pay $50 more for an entry-level 4090. So, like, Nvidia's stack is so stretched that it doesn't make any sense, because you have certain AIB cards bumping right up against, like, the base price of, like, the next tier up. It's kind of ridiculous. I can't recommend the 30 series though, because there's still not an MSRP. Like, if you guys don't believe me, go watch Hardware Unboxed. They just put up a video talking about the GPU prices, and they're spot on. The 30 series are still too much money. So I can only really recommend, if you're buying last gen, I can only recommend the RDNA 2, the AMD 6000 series cards.
Never out of reach.
Like the Red Devil 6950 is 800. And, I mean, see, and that kind of makes sense, because those two, like, that's kind of the difference between those cards. Founders Edition is the same performance as the Strix 4090 as well, and it's at MSRP. Yeah, so that's why it's so hard to justify. It's so hard for me to justify buying an AIB card from an Nvidia, for an Nvidia GPU. Like, if I was gonna buy an Nvidia card, like, you guys heard me say this, like, when we covered the 4080 in depth on the channel, we did live streams, we did everything, like, leading up to that launch. And what I'll say is, like I said then, I'll say it again. Like, as much as we see, like, how EVGA basically got screwed over by Nvidia over the last several generations, so they eventually just kind of, like, bowed out of the market. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if other Nvidia AIBs do that later down the line. Now, the reason why Asus, MSI, and Gigabyte are never really going to end up in that situation, because they're kind of too big to fail. Like, the fact that they make motherboards and a lot of other things, their product line is so diverse that they're not going to have the same problem that EVGA ran into. However, the problem that they'll probably run into is just lower and lower profit margins. And if I was gonna buy an NVIDIA graphics card, I would buy the FE. I would buy the Founders Edition. I would not buy the Strix. I would not buy, like I said before, the only NVIDIA AIB that I would get is an MSRP Zotac. I would only buy a Zotac. I would not buy any of the other ones. No Supreme, no Strix, no Gigabyte Aorus, none of that stuff.
Okay.
Gigabyte also makes...
It is. I'm getting
Oh yeah, well I mean, not just Gigabyte. Asus, Gigabyte, and MSI, all three of them make both NVIDIA and AMD graphics cards.
I don't know what
Gigabyte.
Xemnas want.
Wait, Gigabyte makes Intel GPUs? I know ASRock makes Intel and AMD GPUs. I didn't know Gigabyte made Intel GPUs. That's news to me. Yeah, the 4080 is too much. Well, the thing is, the 4090 should be 1500 in my mind. The 4090 should just be the same price that the 3090 was when it launched at 1500 at $1499. Nvidia should not have raised the price because AMD did not raise. Okay, AMD raised the price for like the XT because if we look at the XT is kind of like the 6800 XT. The XTX is like the 6900 XT. So, and the 6900 XT's MSRP was $1,000. So AMD did not raise the MSRP over last gen the way Nvidia did. What AMD did do is they did raise the second best. So like the 6800 XT, which was $650 MSRP. So that card now is like a $900 card in the form of the 7900 XT. Gigabyte is only making the ARC 300. Oh. Yeah. I don't know, it gets really confusing if you try to find like a good deal on the older GPUs. Because right now, the really good deals are like the 6900 XT, anything with the 800, so like the 6800, the 6800 XT. Although those are very much gone now at this point, they're very hard to find. I should be using water on that guy, yeah, but there we go. I kind of want an Intel card just to mess around with it. I mean, that's why Joel and I got one. Like, I got one. Joel and I both got Intel Arc A770 for two reasons. One, as a collector's item. Two, just to mess around with it and see what it can do. Because that's exactly why I bought one. I did not get one of those to use as an actual, like... I'm not trying to, like, hate on Intel or anything, but, I mean, they need a lot of work. So... you guys can expect me to do more coverage of Intel Arc. I want to make more videos on Intel Arc in the future. However, I am waiting for them to, like, get rid of that overlay. They need to give us an actual, like, application window for their control panel, for their driver. Like, I'm tired of it still being an overlay. When I retested Arc for the review of the 7900 XT, I updated the drivers thinking that, oh, maybe let's see what they've done, and no, they didn't do anything. It's still the overlay. You click anywhere and it vanishes, and then it goes and it messes up with my other GPUs, because when I was benchmarking all those graphics cards for the 7900 XT rasterization review, when it got time for me to test Arc, I updated the drivers, and then it wanted to like install this Intel driver assist support tool, and I was thinking, like, should I install this or should I not do this? And if I uncheck it, it won't install the driver. So it basically gave me no other choice. I had to install it or I couldn't update the driver. So I just, you know, begrudgingly installed it. And then later on, when I took out the Arc GPU and put in one of the AMD or the Nvidia cards to test one of those, it kept telling me, like, in Windows, it kept giving me some pop-up message saying, your driver is out of date. Intel recommends that you, and then it would be like you click on it and it opens a link to download the Intel driver, and I'm like, I don't need to do this. Like, why does Intel keep thinking that an AMD graphics card is using their outdated driver? You know, just annoying things like that they really need to work on, because that's unacceptable. Because if I take out my AMD card and if I put an NVIDIA card in, the AMD Radeon software doesn't complain about the NVIDIA graphics card. It just sits there quietly and does nothing. And then if I same thing, if I put an AMD card in, the NVIDIA GeForce driver sits around and does nothing and just sits there and doesn't complain. But if I go and I take out Intel and I put one of the other ones in, the Intel driver keeps telling me, oh, you need to reinstall the driver, update the driver because there's something wrong. Well, no, it's because I took out the graphics card. So, you know, that sort of stuff. They need to fix those sort of weird annoyances. But number one thing that Intel needs to do, they need to, like, get rid of that overlay, or at least, like, make it optional. And put in a proper control panel. Like, please. They need to... I don't know why they haven't done that yet. You're going from NVIDIA to AMD right now, and these are things... I mean, there's nothing really to be concerned about. So, what some people will tell you to do is to... See, this is what I mean by they put all these Disney rides in the game. And this is hilarious. It's like mass chaos. That's great. That's great. Oh, there's still some little survivors. So some people will tell you to uninstall the GeForce driver if you put an AMD card in. You can do that, but honestly, you don't have to do that. You can leave your NVIDIA driver in there. It's not going to cause a problem. And likewise, if you were going from AMD to NVIDIA, you can leave the Radeon driver there, and it's not going to do anything. So it'll just sit there idle and do nothing. It won't even show up in, like, if you right-click on the desktop. If you don't have an AMD or if you don't have an NVIDIA graphics card, the NVIDIA control panel doesn't show up, even though the driver is installed. And likewise, if you have an NVIDIA card installed, but you have the AMD driver previously installed, the AMD driver won't show up. It'll be there in Windows, but it won't actually be active. So there's really nothing to do about it. I mean, you can take it from me. Like, you guys saw how many GPUs I benchmarked. I did not waste my time DDUing. Like, I did not uninstall the drivers every single time I changed the card out. No way. That's, like, way too many extra steps.
I bet you there's a lucky emblem here.
He's saying there's a lucky emblem, but I think I already took the picture. Unless there's one in the forest somewhere. I would just leave it there. It's up to you. I personally would leave it there. But that's because I make a lot of content with these different graphics cards. So, like, at some point, I might have to bust out the 3090 Ti again and put it in this computer for future videos. So for that, I'll have to, you know, I don't want to have to install the NVIDIA driver all over again. I just have to turn the computer off, take out the AMD card, put the NVIDIA card in, you know, plug in the power cables and turn it back on. Same deal if I swap to AMD. So why the Sapphire Nitro? Because it's probably going to be the best one in terms of thermals and not necessarily overclock headroom, because the overclocking depends on the bin, right? Like the Silicon Lottery. But the Sapphire is just very, very good. Like, back when a lot of people were mining with, like, not just Ethereum, but back during the crypto craze, ask anybody who ran a big, like, crypto mining farm, and they'll tell you that the Sapphire cards were the best ones in terms of the least amount of problems, the least amount of issues with memory overheating, the least amount of issues with fans failing. And the other thing too is, if the fan failed, Sapphire was the first to develop that innovative idea where you basically just unscrew one screw and it quick disconnects the fan. Go and watch Steve from Gamers Nexus. Watch the teardown video of the Sapphire Nitro Pure RX 6950 XT that he did earlier this year. That's like the best example I can give you of the reason why I recommend Sapphire graphics cards. But I've been recommending and using Sapphire Nitro graphics cards way before Gamers Nexus ever even like mentioned Sapphire cards. So I'm just speaking off of my own experience. I've been using Sapphire cards since, you know, I first started getting into PC building, which was seriously about 10 years ago now. So yeah, so here's the thing, and you guys know how Steve is very, very thorough when it comes to, like, nitpicking stuff. So if he says something's good, you know, I can totally vouch for that, but I mean, I'm just telling you guys from my own experience that I already know, like, regardless of what he says, I know it's going to be good. So that's why I would buy Sapphire. Like, if I'm going for AIB, like an XTX, the Nitro Plus is my top pick. Like, that's #1 on the priority list. #2 would probably be the Power Color Red Devil. That's going to be a really good one. The other one would be the XFX Merc. Now, Asus and MSI, those are probably going to be fine too. The thing about the AMD cards, though, the weird thing about Asus, I don't like them that much because in the past, they don't really do it anymore. But there was a time when Asus kind of cheaped out on the AMD cards. They would literally copy paste. They would take an NVIDIA cooler that they put on like a GTX 1080, and they would just try to throw that on like an AMD GPU. They wouldn't bother to change anything about it. And as a result, you know, the AMD card, the memory chips would run hotter, or the GPU would just run hotter in general because the NVIDIA card had a different size for the die. It was like square instead of like diamond shaped at an angle. So, you know, the copper heat pipes, some of them didn't even touch the die. You know, those are the reasons why I don't really like Asus. But in recent years, I don't think they do that anymore. But yeah, that's why I would definitely go with Sapphire. Or someone who specializes exclusively in making AMD partner cards. Yeah, the 850 XT was my very first graphics card, and it was from Sapphire. It had the weird alien on it. The weird blue alien. I still have the card. You know, one of these days I might do... I said this before, but I might actually do a My GPU Collection type video. Because I think that would be interesting. It would be kind of interesting, probably for me more so than viewers. But yeah, because I have a number of GPUs. Because my first one was a X850 XT Sapphire. Those were all reference cards back then. So it had the big red blower on it with the alien sticker on there. And then I think my second graphics card was it was an HD 5770 reference card, the Juniper XT. And that was also bought from the Sapphire brand, even though it was just a reference card. Then after that, I started getting actual custom AIB cards. Was it Matronx?
Huh?
Oh man, that's like 90s.
Ice cream in Hollow Bastion?
That was during the real GPU wars. In the 90s, that was when like there was more than 2 or 3 actual GPUs. That was when like 3DFX was around. What was it? SI. Wasn't Silicon Motion another one? Voodoo. NVIDIA. ATI, obviously. Intel also was trying to make GPUs back then for a short while.
Oh, right. The chef of my bistro here wanted to show you his appreciation. So, he baked this for you.
What is it?
But I'll tell you guys, that Nitro, so the 7900 XTX Nitro from Sapphire,
It's for us?
the fans on that GPU are the exact same fans on the Nitro Pure 6950 XT. They're reusing the same fans. That very unique fan. They've got 3 of those on there. The other reason why I want the Sapphire is because the Sapphire is the only one that actually has the Radeon logo that lights up on that RGB bar that's actually visible, because the AMD reference cards, you can't actually see the Radeon logo. And the other ones, like, I don't know why XFX didn't, because XFX had a really good design on the 6000 series. The Merc cards from XFX are really, really nice on the 6000 series.
So I thought, that's an opportunity, and I financed the whole operation.
Yeah. If the XT worth grabbing, or should I wait for the XTX? I would say this: if you have a 1440p monitor, the XTX is really good. If you have a 4K monitor, then it's probably worth waiting for the XTX. But the XT is fine at 4K. It's just not going to be as good as the XTX at 4K. But for 1440p, to be honest with you, at 1440p, the XT is so powerful that if you had the XTX and the XT side by side at 1440p, without any FPS counter, you would be hard pressed to visually tell the difference between the two of them. So 1440p, I would recommend the XT. I mean, that's totally fine. For 4K, then I would, if it was me, I'd go with the XTX. But the XT can handle 4K, as we saw in the video review. I gotta say something about surpassing 7,000 subs. Did I hit 7,000 subs? Did I? I think... well, let me look. I think I'm still short. Well, last I checked, I was short. Oh, wow, I did. Okay. We're at 7,003 subs. I didn't even realize that we went over. So, let me see who... I know we got a couple. Andrew subscribed. Let me go back to the home page here to see. That's a pretty big milestone for me. So Andrew, Joey. Those are the two that were like 42 minutes ago. Joey has subscribed. 25 minutes ago, Andrew has subscribed. Spooky has subscribed. That was 3 hours ago. So Spooky, thanks for the sub. That was 3 hours ago, so we weren't live when that came in. And then Vlad was 2 days ago. Mike M was 2 days ago. So thanks for the sub. 036. 3 days ago. There's a lot that came in like 3 days ago. I think a lot of these subs came from the review though, like either the XT video review or the ray tracing review. It says right here. Okay, well that's cool. I mean, okay. I got 7K subs. That's a big milestone for me. I mean, this channel's been around for a very, very long time, actually, but I never actually really tried to grow the channel until this year. You first saw the rasterization review? Yeah, that was the most recent. Well, that wasn't the most recent. That was like, I think that was Saturday. I think that was Saturday. It was when that video went up. Maybe it was Sunday. No, I think it was Saturday. Because today I did a video on, well, it went live today. I covered Asus X670E motherboards today. So that was the latest video. But I do think that a lot of the motherboard content, I noticed the views on my graphics card content is way higher than my motherboard content. So I feel like, and that makes sense because we just went through like a new GPU launch. But I wanted to get that Asus video out because somebody had requested, they were asking if I would cover Asus because they only saw the other three. So, because what happened was I covered ASRock, MSI, and Gigabyte, and then I was going to cover Asus, but then the AMD GPUs launched, and I wanted to cover those while they were fresh. So I did a bunch of videos on AMD's graphics cards, on the 7900 XT. But then I finally did circle back and get that Asus video out, so that's up now. So I guess the TLDR of that is that we're finally done talking about the X670E platform. I think I've beat that horse to death at this point. We've done live streams covering those motherboards. We've talked about the platform, how it's dual chipset, all this stuff. And then we've also looked at B650, B650E, how those are a lot more affordable, but they still also give you a lot of value because you're still getting, you know, like if you're buying the B650E, specifically that one, you're getting 24 lanes of PCI Gen 5, regardless of how relevant that is today. You know, a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, when there's another GPU launch, most likely those graphics cards will be PCI Gen 5. So that's why I do kind of recommend B650E for most people looking to upgrade to the AM5 platform. It's the same thing with Intel. Like if you're going with Intel, I would recommend last year's Z690 because you don't have to worry about your graphics card slot losing 8 lanes if you try to run the primary M.2 slot. But that's like a whole other thing. I don't know if I'm going to do videos of talking about Intel's motherboards because I think that they're, for one thing, they're more straightforward, but I don't like the Z790 platform because of the issues that I just talked about. But I don't know. Maybe we'll do that once graphics cards have kind of cooled down in people's minds and people aren't talking about AMD graphics cards or NVIDIA's 40 series constantly. We may revisit Intel's motherboards.
We'll be needing a wee bit more.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I think I'm supposed to cook food or something, but I don't remember how. Oh, I need ingredients. Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Z, or I guess 13th gen is the end of the line for that socket.
We better keep an eye out.
And the other thing too that is it's not well known yet by the general public, but the Z height on the next gen Intel socket is going to be taller, more similar to how AMD's AM5 IHS is in terms of how tall it is. So Intel's upcoming replacement to Raptor Lake will be taller as well. So
Just imagine the yummy stuff.
but I think next year is going to be interesting for those who are looking for a high-end desktop, because, okay, when I say high-end desktop, some people might not understand because they might think that Intel Raptor Lake is high-end. Intel's high-end. If you ask anybody, there's a really good YouTube channel called Build or Buy. Like, if you're interested in motherboards, and if you're looking for building something for either a workstation or prosumer content creation, go check out Build or Buy. Build or Buy, his channel is really, really in-depth when it comes to motherboards for business case uses. Not overclocking, not gaming, you know, none of that kind of stuff. So he's definitely not like a Buildzoid type audience or target audience, but I do think that next year we're going to be getting some new HEDT platforms from both Intel and AMD. Because if the rumors are true that Intel's going to re-enter the high-end desktop, so the HEDT, which they have basically abandoned for several years now, and kind of left AMD to run away with that market with Threadripper and then Threadripper Pro, they're probably going to come back next year with a high-end desktop offering, a true high-end desktop offering, not a 13900K successor. And then AMD will probably introduce Threadripper, like normal Threadripper, not Threadripper Pro, because Threadripper Pro is extremely expensive. But I'm talking about like Threadripper Pro, so the successor to the 3970X and the 3990X. Those processors are probably going to come out in the second half of next year. I don't know when Intel's will come out, but I have a feeling Intel's will go first, and then AMD will come second. But I do think that AMD is capable of preempting Intel because AMD already has Threadripper Pro, and if you look at the roadmaps on the enterprise side, AMD already has Genoa shipping now to enterprise customers and Bergamo is on target. So Intel's gonna respond with Sapphire Rapids, but Sapphire Rapids has been delayed many times now. So, you know, I feel like if AMD wanted to, AMD could get the jump on Intel on the HEDT platform by launching Threadripper before Intel launches their Threadripper competitor. But that remains to be seen. We'll see. Because I think right now both companies would prefer to sell as much of those enterprise products in servers as opposed to consumer, because the profit margins in server is way better than in consumer. Or if I said consumer, I meant enterprise. Profit margins for enterprise and business is way higher than selling to you and me, like average customers trying to buy like one desktop. So Johnny, you bought an Asus ROG XT70 Crosshair Hero yesterday because I fully expected to take me into the PCI 5. Yeah, and it will. And I did do a video talking about that today. Like, there's a video on the channel talking in depth about Asus X670 motherboards. So if you guys are curious what's in that video, I cover 3 motherboards for 3 different price points. So I have the entry level, which is the Tough, and then I have a middle of the line one, which is the Strix, and then I have the top end Crosshair Hero. And out of the 3 of them, I would recommend the Tough or the Hero. I would not recommend the Strix. I really don't like that Strix board. And if you want to know why, you have to watch the video. I'm not going to spoil it anymore. But I'll just say that there are much better options from Gigabyte, ASRock, and MSI at the same price point as the Strix. So I'll just put it that way. And that's based off of my own evaluation of all of those motherboards. And I know Hardware Unboxed is going to do similar coverage to what I did. Now, they're not going to look at block diagrams the way I did, but they're probably going to be doing reviews on motherboards, X670E motherboards, in January. So if you guys are more interested in more content on the motherboards, I know I just finished covering the X670E on my channel, but Hardware Unboxed is going to start covering X670E again on their channel next year. So what's the TLDR? Does AMD GPU streaming now rival NVIDIA's? I would say it's pretty much... I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to tell the difference, to be honest. I'll tell you the reason why NVIDIA was ahead of AMD for so long. NVIDIA used something called B-frames. AMD did not use B-frames. But now, with the new encoder, AMD also has B-frames. I just configured B-frames on this stream. So the fact that they have B-frames now means that in terms of like the ability to customize the settings, they're identical. Both of them allow you to change B-frames. Both of them allow you to set look-ahead, to set pre-analysis values. So in that regard, AMD and NVIDIA basically have the exact amount of customization settings for the encoder. So they're on par, right? They have the exact same settings that you can configure, whereas in the past, NVIDIA had these settings and AMD was lacking a bunch of these settings. Like AMD probably had like 2 out of the 5 or 7 different parameters that you can tweak. So that's really nice to see. The X670E-E, I believe. The ROG Strix Gaming Wi-Fi. I think the A, it's a Strix. I know it's the E Strix was the one that I looked at. It was a $500 motherboard. Is the one that I don't recommend. Compared to the other 2 Asus boards that I looked at. But the good news for the Tough does include the Thunderbolt header, so you can add an Asus Thunderbolt 4 add-in card to that AMD X670E motherboard. So that is something you can do on the Tough. You can also do that on the Strix. Now the thing about the Crosshair Hero already has Thunderbolt 4 built into the motherboard. You actually have the Intel JHL 8540 Thunderbolt 4 controller soldered onto the Crosshair Hero. That is the reason why the Crosshair Hero has 40 gigabit a USB 4, aka 40 gigabit USB-C ports on the back of the motherboard. You have 2 of them. And that's because 2 of them come from the actual Thunderbolt controller. So I talk about that. I definitely think you should check out that video. At least watch the last third of that video where I talk about the Crosshair Hero, so you can see how all of the lane resources on your motherboard are allocated. So you can see what you can and can't do with that board. But you can do a lot. The TLDR is the Crosshair Hero is a really, really nice motherboard, but it's very, very expensive. $700, you know, that's definitely not cheap. That's the price of a 1080 Ti MSRP right there. That's just $200 short of this graphics card that we're streaming on. And that's just the motherboard, so... These cards, I feel, are just giving AMD time to dial in this new architecture, so next set of GPUs will be interesting. I'm running the Prime. Load so far. Yeah, the Prime is pretty good, too. I didn't look at the Prime because it was tough for me to choose between the Prime, the Tough, and one of the lower-end Strix motherboards. But in general, like, Prime and Tough give you a lot of value. Because I feel like if you're looking at X670E from like, the cheapest model all the way up to, like, around $350, I would say from $250 to $350. Well, realistically, it's very hard to find an X670E motherboard at $250. But I would say more like from $270 to $350. That's where the vast majority of the value is extracted. So a really, really good AM5 motherboard is the ASRock Steel Legend. The ASRock Steel Legend X670E is probably one of the best in terms of value. The Riptide from ASRock is also very good. But then if you're looking for high-end, like top, like premium, then the Crosshair Hero is really nice. The MSI Ace is actually my favorite one, to be honest. The MSI Ace is an amazing one. But the only thing the MSI Ace lacks is the Thunderbolt 4. It lacks USB 4, and it also lacks the Thunderbolt header. So unfortunately for MSI, there's no way to add Thunderbolt officially or unofficially for any of the MSI XT70 motherboards. MSI is the one AIB that for some reason completely like overlooked Thunderbolt 4 support on AMD this generation. Now maybe later down, like next year, they might release like, you know, a revision 2 or an updated set of motherboards for X670E that feature Thunderbolt. But as of launch, like, MSI is the one that really doesn't have any Thunderbolt support, and people might not really care about me talking about Thunderbolt, but you guys have to remember, Thunderbolt is what allows us to get the current Thunderbolt controller from Intel is what allows you to have those USB 4 ports, those USB-C ports on the back of the motherboard that do up to 40 gigabit per second speed. So on the Asus Crosshair Hero, you get 2 of those. You get 2 40 gigabit USB-C ports built into that motherboard. So it's a $700 motherboard, but you're getting 2 40 gigabit USB-C ports. Now MSI's Ace is the same price, but you don't get those same USB-C ports. The highest they'll go are like 20 gig USB-C, and that's not Thunderbolt. And that doesn't I mean, it kind of depends on the use case. If you're never going to use them, then it doesn't matter. Now, where MSI does benefit is they give you a PCIe Gen 5 expansion slot. And they also give you that expander that can add like 2 more. So MSI, they where they lack in Thunderbolt, they make up for it with other things that the other motherboard brands lack. So it's not like I'm completely discounting MSI. Like I said, the MSI Meg Ace is my favorite X670E motherboard out of all of them, after me like going in depth evaluating all of them. You returned the Tough and got the Hero. You won the second PCI 5 M.2 and a little more bling. Yeah, I feel kind of spending $700 on the Hero. Feel better about it in the next few years. Well, look at it this way. With the Hero, you won't have to upgrade your motherboard. You basically are set for the entire lifespan of AM5. Pretty much. Like, because you have PCI Gen 5, you have the full 24 lanes of Gen 5, and they're all CPU lanes. And then you have all those PCI 4 and PCI 3 and the SATA and all the other stuff, and those 2 USB 4 40 gigabit ports. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money today, but it's one of those things where it'll last like the entire lifespan of the AM5 socket. So you'll be able to upgrade to a better CPU, 2 years from now, 4 years from now. A lot of people say, well, if I don't upgrade for like 5 years, does it matter? Yes, it does matter, because, like, for example, if I have the 7950X or whatever AM5 CPU today, 5 years from now, let's say it's 2027, that's like 5 years from now. AM5 is probably going to be replaced by AM6, but people with a crosshair have the option of buying the last and fastest AM5 processor at that time. Whereas if you're on Intel, if you bought the 13900K, for example, you're stuck. 5 years from now, you basically, I mean, you don't have the option to put a better CPU in the motherboard that you bought in 2022 in 2027. Whereas in 2027, I can buy a much faster AM5 processor and just put that in the Crosshair Hero, provided that the Hero has the BIOS update. So, that's the way I see it. And to be honest, the Z790 motherboards are, most of them are the same price as the AMD motherboards. So it's not like the AMD ones are expensive and the Intel ones are cheap. The difference is Intel does have a lot of like cheaper offerings that have like weaker VRMs and that sort of thing. So, and you can also buy last year's model. You can buy Z690, and those are on clearance sale now. So that's the reason why Intel ends up being cheaper from a platform cost. Well, I mean, look at the X3D. The 5800 X3D can go in an Asus X370 Crosshair Hero from 2017. Like, think about that for a second. That's March 2017 was like, what, almost 6 years ago? That was like 5.5 years ago. You can put a Zen 3D, an X3D 5800X in a motherboard from 2017. Think about that. You can't do that on any of the Intel motherboards today. So that's the reason why, like, buying into the AM5 platforms, even though it's expensive today, long run, not really. I need to get this, there we go.
Well, I'm starting to get hungry.
I need 2 more ingredients. Thunderbolt 4 USB 4 support was a huge reason why you went the Hero. Yeah, there are actually a number of motherboards that actually support it, though.
Guys!
The ASRock Taichi has the same USB 4, same controller.
Hey, boss. Down with the posters.
Hi! Good work, kids.
You guys work for Uncle Scrooge here at the bistro?
Do we?
He gave us a short job putting up these special posters. Mr. McDuck's hosting an open-air film festival in the courtyard. Cool, huh? Oh, Sora.
I was actually looking at the Micro Center deals because I was thinking about my test system. So currently, what I use to benchmark for testing things like GPUs is currently an X570 Crosshair Hero, an Asus motherboard with a Ryzen 7 5800X. So I was looking at those deals that Micro Center has, and Micro Center has a 11th gen 11700K. I've been tempted probably almost a dozen times now since Black Friday to buy that Intel i7 11700K. I know how stupid that sounds to a lot of people watching this. They're probably thinking like, why don't you just get an AMD 5800X 3D, or why don't you get like an Intel 12th gen, one of those bundles? Well, I was looking at the i5 bundles.
I need to warn you guys.
All those motherboards are out of stock, so you can't actually buy the i5 with a motherboard anymore from Micro Center, at least not for free. But they still have the 11700K in stock. They're desperately trying to sell off those 11th gen Rocket Lake CPUs from last year. I've been tempted to get one of those. I don't really know why. I really shouldn't though. That's gonna be a big waste of money. It's like 200. It's like 200 something dollars. It's like just short of $300 for the i7 plus free motherboard. You're coming from an ancient, yeah, ancient 9900K. I mean, it is kind of old when you think about it. That's from 2018, fall of 2018. I'm just thinking off of my memory that the 9900K was like a 2018 CPU. So yeah, it's like over 4 years old now. 4 years and a few months. So it's like a year older than Zen 2. Z390. Am I liking the overall performance? Yeah, I think it's fine. It's really, really good for 1440p. I can't stress that enough. For 1440p, high refresh, this card is amazing. 4K is which is what I'm actually gaming at. It gets the job done. So it's like I haven't really had any issues at 4K. The review results reflect that in terms of the performance. It beats the 3090 Ti at 4K. It basically, think of it this way. It's faster than the 3090 Ti in rasterization, and it's slightly weaker in ray tracing. It's more like a 3080, 3070 Ti when it comes to ray tracing. Which is not bad, right? Like, it's not like a 3080 all of a sudden is terrible at ray tracing overnight. Oh, we got a new keyblade, Shooting Star. Overall, it's a good graphics card.
We brought some ingredients.
Alright, let's see what this is. I think this is a mini game if I remember correctly. You have to do cooking.
Is the food ready yet? Huh? He hasn't started?
The other thing too about this graphics card is it has 20 gigabytes of video memory. So at 1440p, this graphics card will probably never run out of video memory over the entire lifespan of the card. Let's go with Poisson. Let's do Poisson. Well, actually, hold on. I don't want to waste all my... Man, these use up a lot of ingredients. Oh, no. Okay, that only uses one. Never mind. Let's make this first one. What do I do? What? Oh, it's like a rhythm game. Okay. This game came out like, I'm trying to remember. This game was on the PlayStation 4 in 2019. I remember Final Fantasy 15 also was really big on the cooking aspect. You found the channel you were looking for, the overclocking videos? I have not overclocked the 7900 XT yet. I'll probably look into overclocking later on. But right now, like, I'm more interested in the encoding. So the update to the encoding, I've tested AV1 encoding. However, you can't stream in AV1 as of yet, and that's not because of the graphics card. That's because YouTube doesn't allow you to stream in AV1. Now, what's interesting is you can encode a video in AV1 and upload it to YouTube, and they will accept an uploaded video, but you cannot, like, stream in AV1, which is really, really weird. So, Johnny, thanks for the sub. So, welcome to the channel. I hope that you find the info here useful. But yeah, I will cover overclocking. I'll probably do an overclocking video on Radeon settings, how to use Radeon settings. Now, I think Jay's 2 cents, he basically beat me to it. He did the video that I was planning to do, so that's why I feel like when someone already makes a video, it's like, if I make it immediately after him, it'll just look like I'm just copying him. But he made an interesting observation about, like, the reference card basically moving the power from, like, the memory to the GPU clock, because as he kept upping the GPU clock, it kept on reducing the memory clock for stability reasons, which I found that actually, technically, that's kind of a good thing. I don't really see that as a bad thing, but it is different than the normal expected behavior. But in terms of stability, that's actually really good. I was surprised that it behaved that way. But I do think that the triple 8-pin cards, so the custom AIB cards, will not do that because you're not really power limited because of that extra 8-pin. Where I do think this card will perform a lot better, and I said this in one of my first impression videos and one of my streaming videos that I did. Oh, he did? Okay, I'll have to check that out. But the thing is, with the reference card, my first impressions of the graphics card, like when I got it last week, was that it definitely felt like it was power limited. Like, I didn't try to overclock it, but from what I was observing with the power, the fact that the power limit out of the box was right at what you can do with the dual 8-pins, that kind of told me, you know, with another 8-pin or even just another 6-pin, like, this thing would probably clock higher more consistently, because it would have more power budget available. So that's kind of like my impressions. That's the reason why I didn't really want to do an overclocking video yet, because I'm trying to get like an AIB card of the XTX. If I can get one of those, then that'll probably be one of the first videos I do will be an overclocking guide. But for right now, yeah, I'll probably do an overclocking video at some point in the future. But in general, with the reference card, you can overclock it. I don't expect it to give you, like, amazing amount of scaling in terms of performance. I really think that if you're serious about overclocking one of these for more performance, you definitely want to look into an AIB card instead of the AMD reference card. Just because those will have more, they'll have more power margin available. So, Zero, what do you lose when you undervolt? So, here's the thing about undervolt, like, when you undervolt, you're really playing the silicon lottery at that point. More so than when you overclock, because historically, when you overclock, silicon lottery matters, but at the end of the day, if you're literally just overclocking, as long as it's not power limited, and as long as you can keep pushing voltage to the card and extracting higher performance out of it, even if it's a badly binned GPU, it'll just be very leaky and you'll have to use more voltage than one that is a better bin. But at the end of the day, you'll still be able to overclock it successfully and get higher performance out of it. Now, when you undervolt relies very, very heavily on the silicon lottery. And if those watching the video are asking themselves, what is the silicon lottery? The silicon lottery is basically saying, so when these chips are made, certain chips will end up with a higher amount of, like, I don't know what to call it, like quality. You can call it quality. There'll be a quality margin in terms of how perfect a GPU die is relative to another one on the exact same wafer. So a better binned GPU die will be able to clock higher at lower amounts of voltage than one that is a lower quality bin or a lower quality die. So yeah, so like Joey's saying, the potential. Yeah, the potential of the GPU. So the higher bin, so the better quality your GPU chip is, which is completely random. When you buy a graphics card, you have no idea. Now the only way you can guarantee a high quality, high bin, potentially high overclocking potential GPU is if you buy like one of those, like a Sapphire Toxic, a Sapphire Vapor X, an Asus ROG. They used to call them Matrix. I think now they're calling them Strix. MSI Gaming Z, because there's MSI Gaming X. There's MSI Gaming, Gaming X, and Gaming Z. I believe the Gaming Z is the highest binned one for MSI, and then like Zotac has their own ones. I forget the names. EVGA had the For the Win, and then the best EVGA ones were the Kingpin edition. Those were like guaranteed, like top quality 99th percentile silicon. Those had the highest potential for overclocking. So when we're talking about Silicon Lottery, we're talking about the quality of the silicon. So when you undervolt, so going back to undervolting, undervolting relies very heavily on the quality of the silicon, because if you go and you look up some YouTube video of some guy saying, okay, here's how to undervolt, and you know they dial in like 1090 millivolts or something, that doesn't mean that if you copy paste those settings on your exact same graphics card, that doesn't mean that your GPU will achieve the exact same undervolting behavior as whoever posted that video. Because your GPU could be better, it could be worse, it could be the same. If it's worse, if you copy paste those settings, don't be surprised if you get black screens, blue screens, games crashing to Windows desktop randomly. So when people talk about AMD driver issues, I honestly feel like a high percentage of those quote-unquote driver issues are people going into Radeon settings, trying to undervolt the GPU, and then like a game crashes randomly on them out of the blue, and then they blame it on drivers, when in reality, it's an undervolt problem. So just to let you guys know, when I stream to YouTube, like I'm doing right now, and I'm using the 700 XT, I will always stream in stock configuration. I will not overclock my GPU and then go live, just to have it randomly like black screen because of instability. Like I would have to stress test my GPU. If I was going to overclock and undervolt, I would have to stress test my GPU offline basically for like a good several days before I would ever dare to take it live for 24/7, you know, like for an everyday use case, especially for something like this. So you guys wonder, like, why do streamers never have like issues that people will post on Reddit, or they'll post on like AMD support forums or somewhere complaining, or like they'll post like, my game in Steam is crashing, what's wrong with it, I don't know why. But have you ever wondered why like a lot of other people don't have those problems? It's probably because those other people are running their GPU stock. Because to be honest, like I've never had these black screen AMD driver issues that people complain about, and I'm running my thing stock, and I've had this thing for like about a week. I've run it stock. I haven't bothered to overclock it, or at least I haven't tried to play games with it while it's overclocked or undervolted. I've left it 100% stock, and it's been rock solid stable the whole time. No problems at all. So I honestly feel like when people go in and they start tweaking in Radeon settings, because AMD allows you to undervolt and overclock within their control panel for their driver, I think that is the reason why AMD has this perception of, oh, the drivers have issues. I think a lot of it is user error. The reason why, so we look at NVIDIA, NVIDIA doesn't allow you to undervolt or overclock their graphics cards right from NVIDIA control panel or from within GeForce Experience. So guess what? When NVIDIA doesn't do that, the average Joe who bought their NVIDIA whatever graphics card doesn't immediately have access to undervolt and tweak their graphics card. So the probability that somebody causes an instability on an NVIDIA graphics card is much, much lower because NVIDIA doesn't even allow the users to do it with their first-party control panel. They have to go download EVGA Precision X or MSI Afterburner. They have to go out of their way to download a third-party tool if they want to tweak their NVIDIA graphics card. So that is the reason why I personally feel, and I don't have a way to prove this, but I really feel that a lot of these complaints about AMD quote-unquote driver issues are because people are undervolting in Radeon settings and their graphics card just isn't stable at that undervolt voltage. They just need more voltage. You know, like they just haven't stress tested it enough. So I really, really think that a lot of these quote-unquote like people blaming AMD for driver problems, it comes down to user error, people undervolting their GPU, stress testing it with like Time Spy or, you know, some whatever game for like 10 minutes or an hour. Or maybe they get lucky and it's stable in one game. But then they go and fire up like WoW or Final Fantasy 14, you know, an MMO or like Amazon's New World. MMOs are notorious for transient voltage spikes all the time. Like Final Fantasy 14, you go fire that up and bam, the thing just like crashes the desktop because the undervolt is not stable. So yeah, you run this thing stock, you'd be surprised. It is like rock solid stable. AMD knows of their issues and they have been historically slow about fixing them. Yeah, but see, like, I agree, Joey, that there are some applications that will have driver issues, but those are application specific. See, like when people are complaining about black screen issues and like the driver crashing to desktop, you know, oftentimes it's very, very rare that that's because of a driver, like an actual software problem or an actual application problem. It's very, very rare for that to be the case. Oftentimes, it's probably somebody went and overclocked or undervolted. More likely, they went and undervolted their GPU, and it wasn't stable. Now, like back when I used to, the reason why I know this is because when I fooled around with undervolting on like an RX 5700 XT, because I've done overclocking and undervolting on AMD cards, and you know I've run into these problems myself. Like I'll be playing Final Fantasy 14 with an undervolted 5700 XT, thinking that it's stable, and then randomly the game will crash. And then so what do? I reset it to default, start the game again, and then I never have the exact same crash when it's running full stock. So the amount of validation testing that AMD's engineering team does before they launch the product is hundreds of hours more than like any random average Joe doing an undervolt tries to stress test their GPU and then claiming that it's 100% stable, and they go and fire up a game and then like, you know, it crashes like 2 hours in, 10 minutes in, 5 hours in, maybe 2 days later. Nothing to do with the driver. I'm talking about driver issues specifically. Yeah, but those are like specific application things. No, I know what you're talking about, but those are like specific application issues. So that's not really like a stability problem. You were one of those people, you bought the 6600 XT, which was my first AMD GPU. I had a bit of a learning curve. Turns out AMD overclocking is fantastic when you get it. Yeah, the thing is, AMD, I feel like AMD gives the users too much freedom. I think they give them too much freedom, because if they were more like NVIDIA, if they were more like restrictive in what they allow the users to do, they would probably not have nearly as many people complaining about their drivers. But I'd rather them give me the features that they give me. Give me the ability to program a fan curve. Give me the ability to overclock or undervolt. I mean, it's a good thing that they give me that, so I don't have to download MSI Afterburner to do it for me. But, you know, when people go... That's why, like, when people complain about, like, oh, my game is black screening, You know, like, well, it's not doing it for me. I wonder why. I'm on stock settings, so... But yeah, I will cover undervolting and overclocking in another video. Undervolting and overclocking on Radeon cards is very similar to how it works on Ryzen CPUs. It's basically Curve Optimizer. It's basically the same thing as Curve Optimizer. In fact, Curve Optimizer was probably derived from GPU overclocking. Okay, so I think we're done with this world. I'm not even sure if I need to leave it or if there's something else I need to do. Shield belt. Should I get one of these? Probably get one of these for Goofy because he doesn't actually have... Oh yeah, I should get these weapons. And then these accessories are probably good to have too. Mage's Staff. Warhammer's like just straight up better. NVIDIA has just as many open issues in their drivers as AMD, but only AMD has people talking about it. Go read the NVIDIA driver notes. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, I've looked at the NVIDIA release notes. Also, the 4090 had 2 BIOS updates. See, and that's almost something you'll never see on AMD cards. Like the only time that I remember AMD ever issuing a BIOS update was for the Radeon 7, because when the Radeon 7 launched, it launched without a UEFI BIOS. So you literally had to install it with CSM compatibility services module on your BIOS on your motherboard turned on. In order for that GPU to actually be detectable and then boot into Windows. So they issued a BIOS update, like a day 1 BIOS update for the Radeon 7. That's like the one time that I can think of where an AMD VBIOS update was actually a public thing. But like I know there's VBIOS updates over time. That to different revisions or different batches over time. Like I have 2 GTX 1080s. One of them was from the launch year. The other one was from like a year later, when the price was like way cheaper. And the newer one has a completely different VBIOS on it than the original one. But they both function the same. RTX 2080 Super and 6600 XT. Read them in real time. Yeah. I guess I'll give him some potions because he used them up to prevent me from dying earlier. I need to get Goofy some armor. This guy is putting all this work and he doesn't have anything. So yeah, we'll give him back a potion. We'll give him another one. Let's see, we need to buy him armor and accessories. He can actually wear 2 different armors. So I need to buy 2 armor and an accessory for Goofy. Or maybe we can craft one? Keyblade Forge. Oh wait, I did get a new one. I got the Shooting Star. Power that one up. I don't know, like, I wonder if Kingdom Key, the generic basic Keyblade, if I upgrade this all the way, does it, like, turn into the ultimate weapon or something? Yeah. But I have never really noticed, like, it's not very often for there to be a public BIOS update. Now, I know there was an issue with the RTX 4090, like, not the FE, but there was a problem with the AIB models not being detected on certain motherboards. Because I remember when I updated my Gigabyte BIOS, I read the release notes for the Gigabyte motherboard. It was for the X670E Aorus Master. Like, there was a note in there saying that it fixed They call it fixed 4090 power down issue. And I think Jay did a video about that issue, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I think that was already fixed in a BIOS update. Well, no, I mean, that was a motherboard BIOS update. But yeah, NVIDIA would do VBIOS updates as well. Man, the magic stat on this is really, really bad. But I don't know, like, this is... I only have one of those fluoride things. And I have never leveled up my magic. I'm probably just going to abandon the Kingdom Key because it's so boring to look at. It's very generic. Whereas these guys have, like, different abilities and stuff. So I'll probably go with Shooting Star. Shooting Star... No, I'll go with this one. Because its magic was really, really bad at 2. So we'll go with... Shooting Star Elemental Encoder, because we're doing AMF encoding, so we got to use the encoder keyblade. And then we have the hero's origin, so we're gonna go with that. And then we gotta get Goofy his gear. So Goofy needs I already bought him that shield. He needs can I put more than one shield belt on him? I'll just get him one for now. And we'll give him a power ring. I think Donald can wear 2 different accessories. Okay, he already has 2. Goofy doesn't even have 1. Well, there's a power ring. And there's a shield belt. And then anything we get later, I'll just give it to him. He has the clock shield. Okay, I already upgraded his stuff. So I think we're good. Okay, so we should be good. Ability ring, yeah. And then abilities. Nope, we want block. Fire boost. MP, disable recharging when MP runs out. No. Only cure and link commands. I don't understand what that does. That sounds bad. I want Donald to have extend the availability of team. That's good. I'll just take these 2. And then, well, I'll just go with that.
I'm sorry I left without saying goodbye. Did Master Yensid tell you? I'm training to become a
But I've been
keyblade
checking
builder like you.
all the websites every day for
That's right.
like
No more
restocks
waiting
of
for
these
you to come
graphics
back
cards,
from
and
your
so far
adventures.
they're all gone. The only things that
I
show
wanna
up
get out there and
occasionally
do
are
my part to
4080
help.
and the 7900 XT is still available on AMD.com. But
can take
it would
as
be
long
nice
as
to
we
know
need
when
to
these
complete
drops
our
actually
plan.
happen, because it's like
He's an amazing wizard.
I'll check
Oh, and by us, I
Newegg
mean
will
you.
sometimes show like, oh,
He's
this
really
item
sorry
is
for all
out
the
of
trouble
stock,
he caused.
but we're
I told them it's
working
fine,
to
but
restock it. And then Best Buy, I
won't
have no
stop
idea when Best Buy
apologizing.
gets these graphics cards in.
I'll admit I was a little scared of him at first, but I've gotten to know him better. All he ever wanted was to help his friend.
Best Buy is like the hardest
Honestly,
one. Like,
it's hard not to like him.
I don't know. I remember
Every
how
now and then,
annoying it was
I
to
catch
get a
him staring at
PS5,
me.
like when that, like 2
When I
years
ask
ago.
what's wrong, he says, I'm not sure.
2020
I think I'm forgetting
was probably the
something.
worst year for new product
I don't
launches,
know what.
but this year is basically
have
like a
something to do
repeat of
with you.
2020 when it comes to electronic product launches,
Your
except
journey is all about
the
helping
fact that
people.
everything is way more expensive.
Some
That's the only
haven't
difference
before.
about what I've noticed.
And some
Like in
me that
2020,
have.
everybody was trying to buy a
They're all
PS5,
counting on you.
an Xbox Series X, an RTX
It
3080,
won't be
a
easy.
3090, a 6900
I have
XT,
to
and a
remain
6800
the
XT,
happy
and a
and cheerful
6800.
Sora I know.
And you couldn't get any of those things.
There's no heart your smile can't reach.
So this year it's like, at least there's no console launches.
What's wrong?
Next year might be a console refresh though.
Nothing. Sorry.
Lee.
What? I am.
I think this character,
letter?
Roxas, not Roxas, what is this
Yep.
guy's name? Axel was like the only survivor of the 3. Like the other 2 died or something. I forget the story.
Technically, yes. But I won't send it. It's more for me.
Apparently, Best Buy can have returned
Murray.
cards or online
He'll
stock
deliver it
in the
for
back
you.
of their stores.
Yeah. But it's okay. I just like talking to Sora.
Really?
Even if it's
I gotta
empty.
try that because I went to Best Buy on Saturday, and I asked them if they had them and could they check, but I didn't tell them about the SKU.
Here.
Ice cream? Really?
But you know, at the
I asked
front
Merlin
where
to
people
pick
come in
these
to
up.
pick up their online orders, I did
know,
glance
they
at
did both some
there was an
keyblades.
XFX branded
Gotta
box
celebrate.
of something. I didn't know if it was a
You're
7900
sweet,
XT or an XTX, but there was an XFX something at the order pickup, the online order pickup place at Best Buy.
What?
Is there much of an
nothing.
FPS loss
I
when
just-
streaming on the XT? No, not really. I
I'm trying to
mean,
remember what you
not
forgot.
if your video, if you're encoding off of the GPU, there
yeah.
shouldn't be any FPS loss.
Yeah.
So from what I can tell, there's no FPS loss. That's
So
according to
tomorrow,
classical technology.
You and me and
Doesn't
I.
classical technology
You ready?
only ever check Micro Center though? Does he actually check Best Buy?
Don't hold back, Lee. Promise?
And since when did Axel's name become Lee? I think. See, this story's so confusing because I don't remember what happened to his 2 friends.
Are you okay?
They're either dead or they vanished or something,
yeah.
or they became part of Ansem.
Sorry.
You're crying. What's
You went
wrong?
to Best Buy on Saturday. They listed open box Gigabyte 4080s
Something in my eyes.
for $9.59.
Lee.
For wow, that low? That much of a drop for being open
I'm
box?
gonna go. Sorry.
Okay, but stop apologizing.
Fine. On one condition.
What?
Call me Axel from now on.
Okay, see, there he goes. There's his actual
Got it.
name. I don't know where that
Memorized.
name Lee came from.
Yeah. Okay.
It must be one of those things like Ventus and Roxas. The guy didn't find the 2 they had listed. How do you find open box GPUs? Because I never see those listed on Best Buy's website. Okay, Mickey's like, okay.
So this is the place.
They're like, this is the place where they're supposed to have 7900 XTX cards.
After she dove in to save Terra.
But Aqua fell into the realm of darkness.
She said he was acting strange.
Yeah, I need to
how
check,
exactly?
I need to check
She
that.
sensed darkness in him. And they ended up getting into a big fight.
Right. And in the aftermath, the 2 of them disappeared. Around the same time, the guards found a stranger with white hair lying unconscious here in the square. A man calling himself Xehanort.
These 2, Mickey and Riku, are, I don't understand, like,
Ansem
the...
the Wise took the stranger in, but that was a mistake. Xehanort betrayed his master, stole his research.
Oh, this is
and along
Kingdom
with his fellow
Hearts.
apprentices,
This
separated
scene,
his
this
heart
flashback is
from
either
his
Kingdom
body.
Hearts 2 or one of those other Kingdom Hearts on some Nintendo platform. I don't know which one. The story is so complicated and convoluted.
To give his younger self instructions. He even briefly had control of you.
Yeah.
Empty body stayed in the present, took the name Xemnas, and founded Organization.
Yeah, this is the thing that's so
Their goal
confusing.
was to prepare 13
Xehanort
vessels for Xehanort.
somehow did the Dragon Ball Z Piccolo and Kami thing where he like split. His mind was the light
All the while, young
and the
Xehanort
body
had
was
been
the
visiting
darkness,
future
and
to
then
choose 13
they got 2
vessels
different
of his own.
names,
With
Ansem
strong enough ties
and
to him to
Zan.
begin
No,
a new
Ansem
organization,
and Zenmas.
The real Organization 13.
And then there's the real
Now they're
Organization
looking for a
13.
fight with us. But what happened to Terra? I thought you said that Aqua saved him.
Yep, she did. The problem is we didn't notice. You remember the end of the Mark of Mastery exam? When Master Xehanort made his grand
I need to
return?
remember, like, what
That's
game
Xehanort.
was
I
this
remember.
scene, this flashback
was
scene from? Because I
already
have no
pretty
idea.
damn
Like, I
man.
forgot. Is it 3.5
How do you
by
explain
52?
Ansem and Xemnas
3,
is
what is it?
helpless, and is nobody?
358 divided by
Isn't
2.
it
They have a
strange,
game with a
Xehanort?
fraction
Why aren't they old
in the
men?
name.
It's because
It's
Xehanort
literally a
was using
fraction.
different body
I
when
think
the
it's
thing happened.
258 divided by 2 days.
That
Or
face
something.
from the
Maybe it's an
poster I
odd
mentioned,
number.
It wasn't just some stranger that Ansem the Wise took under his wing. It was the young man whose body Master Xehanort possessed.
No way. That was Terra? Master Xehanort was using Terra?
Yup.
But I thought he
Master
got that
Xehanort
body,
told
like,
us
way back
another
in,
on our
like,
list
Birth by
belonged to
Sleep.
him. He was talking about Terra. Turns out, Aqua saved more than just her friend that day.
So basically, Terra is Anakin Skywalker and Aqua's Obi-Wan
Master
Kenobi.
Xehanort is an old man again now. Where did Terra's body go?
It's because Master Xehanort's collecting vessels. He claimed to have 2
This
of
game
our
is like-
lights. We got Sora
This
back.
game is like Star
Terra
Wars and
must still
Bleach
be
on so many
Xehanort's
levels.
side.
He's with Organization 13? We should warn Sora.
Yup. And Merlin too.
And with Disney characters. Like, actual Disney characters. Not, like, franchises that Disney purchased. Okay. So now we can finally go to actual worlds that we have control of the map now instead of a linear thing. So let me see. I guess we'll just save your game. We'll save over there. Okay, we're gonna go to. Let's see, what is this place over here? Kingdom of Corona. This one is Twilight Town, that's where we were. This one is Olympus. Toy Box. So this is battle level 12. Battle level 14. Let's just go to Toy Story. Let's just go to Toy Story. But yeah, I have a feeling that the way I'll probably end up getting one. Hold on, which way do I have to go? We're gonna go this way. Okay. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. How did I do that? How am I doing that backflip? I don't even know how I'm doing that. Anyway. Oh, I'm pressing L3. That's what it's doing. I was like, what am I pressing that keeps making me do that barrel roll back? I have a feeling, like, the only way I'm gonna be able to get the Sapphire card, because the thing is, Micro Center, I don't know, Micro Center likes Power Color. Like, they rarely have, they rarely carry Sapphire cards at Micro Center. So, like, if you're looking for a Sapphire card, Newegg is probably gonna be the best bet, at least in the first few months. If you're looking for Power Color, then Micro Center is a safe bet. Although they probably show up at they'll probably show up at Newegg as well. And then for Best Buy, like XFX, if you're looking for the Merc, Newegg should have them. But then Best Buy will probably carry the XFX Merc. It's weird. Like Best Buy has XFX. And then they'll also sometimes have MSI, Gigabyte, those two. And then like for Micro Center, it's gonna be Asus, Power Color, especially Power Color, and then possibly Sapphire sometimes, but it's rare. And then I don't really know if Micro Center carries a lot of. Whoa, this thing. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to? Okay, I'll just attack from the middle. But, like, all I know is Micro Center really likes Power Color. I don't know why. They just have, like, a deal with Power Color. They're like a premier partner for Power Color, or like a reseller for Power Color. And they like Asus a lot, too. Did I see the problem that some people are having using the reference version when doing overclocking and GPU clock? Yeah, somebody talked about that. I might die, actually. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do to heal. How do I heal? Is there even a way to heal? Oh, there's like a dodge. I'm gonna die, probably. This thing has so much HP that, look, it's got like 4 more HP bars. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Like, I feel like I'm supposed to do something different. Maybe I'm supposed to kill the one that's... Oh, okay. So I guess I'm supposed to shoot the one that lights up? Why is that thing not dying? I died. That was dumb. You're a Power Color Red Devil fan? Destroy the flower gun. I guess this is a mandatory boss fight? Maybe I should have upgraded my gummy ship before embarking, because I went in at level... Well, it says I'm level 5, but it said the ship level was level 1. When it's like in this star pattern, the only thing I can do is shoot it. Yeah, I think the quality's pretty good too. I was actually surprised. And you know, it's all because they added B-frames. All AMD needed to do was add B-frames, and they finally added B-frames, and that's basically what NVIDIA had. And now they've got it too, so... Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. I'm supposed to shoot the ones that light up. There we go. Why don't... You want to upgrade your 3080 Ti to this? It really depends, man. Because honestly, 3080 Ti is still really good. Like, there's nothing really wrong with a 3080 Ti. The only benefit is 4K. So if you want to game at 4K, I'm playing like trash. Wow, I died way faster than I did the first time. If you want to upgrade the... You know what? Hold on. Why am I doing this? I need to, like, abandon the battle, and I need to actually level up the ship. That's probably what I need to do. How do I get out of here? And, like, world map, please. Yeah, we need to update this thing. To increase the stats. That's what I need to do. I don't know what this does. Just... You want to upgrade the... Yeah, so basically the benefit... So, okay, going from a 3080 Ti to the 7900 XT, you have to understand that the only thing that is going to improve is rasterization and you're getting way more memory. So you're basically getting double the amount of video memory that you have on the 3080 Ti. You're going from 12 gigabytes to 24 gigabytes. That's the major difference. So rasterization, so FPS, raw FPS is going to be way better on the XTX. But ray tracing is only going to be about the same, if not maybe a smidge better. Because the ray tracing performance on the XTX is kind of like a 3090, maybe 3090 Ti, but maybe worse. It just depends on the game. So it really depends on the game. Like if we're talking full path tracing, the 3080 Ti is going to be faster at like Quake 2 RTX. But if we're talking like actual games with ray tracing that are modern titles, like for example, Far Cry 6, Metro, all the like standard stuff, then the XTX will either be the same or a tiny bit better at ray tracing, but it'll be so insignificant you won't really notice the difference. So it's really going to be rasterization, which is where the benefits are going to be. Is this increasing my HP? Okay, yeah, this is increasing the HP. So we're just going to put a bunch of these in until my HP is like much better. What does this do? Okay. Just put these... I don't know what I'm doing, or just is like, this is some kind of like messed up spaceship that I'm building. I just want the stat upgrade so I can survive and not get one shot. What does this do? It's adding a bunch of HP. How do I add like other things like offense? Cylindrical? Is this engine? It's all just adding HP. Everything's adding HP. Where's the stuff that adds, like, power? Okay, I think we're good. Oh, movement. Oh, weapons. Okay, there we go. Weapons. Yeah. Oh. Laser guns and stuff. Let's add all this stuff. Yeah, whoops. UXC, the cost limit. Okay, we're done. I just needed offense and HP so I don't die in one hit. There we go. You cannot save a blueprint for a ship with no... What? There. You cannot save... What? Okay, delete this. Delete? How do I remove? Oh, remove. I gotta remove it until it says that I'm, like, not over the limit. There. Okay, whatever, that's good enough. My speed is lower. I don't... That doesn't matter. Alright. This is gonna be called ABC. Alright, well, we're gonna go with ABC. What? How do I apply it? Like, this is what I want to use. Okay, anyway. Oh wait, gummy editor? No. Garage? Maybe you should wait to see. I want to go. Yes, just go. Just go. Just go. No, I don't want this ship. I want to use a different one. Why can't I change it? Okay, yes, let's use that. You can choose a special blueprint even. Let's use this. Yes, let's use that. Look at this monstrosity. Oh, do I have no thrusters? Okay. we're slower than we were before, but that's okay. As long as I can kill that boss, like, way faster than last time. Nvidia's not gonna lower the price. Nvidia's not gonna lower the price because they don't need to. If you're gonna wait for Nvidia, you're gonna wait until like a year from now, when the TI comes out. Because there's gonna be a 4090 Ti. It's a year from now, but there will be one. So, but yeah, there's no reason for Nvidia to lower the price. The fact that people are buying the 4080, I mean, they're not buying them as fast as the 4090, but they're still buying them. The fact that they're still buying them, there's no reason to lower the price. Okay, I think I can avoid the fight, possibly. I hope so. Oh, I guess I don't have a choice. Alright, whatever. We'll kill him this time because we have way more HP and we hit harder now with the guns. Let's see how this goes. Alright, let's see how much more damage we do to this thing now that we upgraded the ship. I don't see the HP going down, though. Oh, you know what? I guess this new ship doesn't have the ability to see the HP bar. So we just have to hope that we're doing way more damage. What? I wasn't even near that thing. I guess you're supposed to stay above it. You bought 3080 Ti at the peak of the crypto mining. Devin, you haven't seen my channel before? You like the 7900 XT? Or is it not worth it compared to the 40 series? It's definitely worth it compared to the 40 series. The correct question is it worth it over the X, or is it worth it saving the $100 over the XTX? That is actually the question. Compared to 4080, it's definitely worth it, because it's still better value than the 4080. However, at 1440p, I think it's worth it. At 4K, I think the XTX is the better choice. So apparently upgrading this spaceship to this monstrosity actually worked. That was actually the right thing to do. It looks terrible, but it actually succeeded. Rank A, congratulations. Oh, thanks. I mean, I didn't even look at the score, to be honest. I was just glad that I didn't have to redo that fight. Are we going the right way? Yeah, here we are. Oh, no, we went the wrong way. This is actually, oh, we messed up. I wanted to go to Toy Story. Well, I guess we're going here. We messed up. we ended up in the Rapunzel place. That's not where I wanted to go, but somehow we got here instead. I wanted to go to Toy Box, but it's all good, whatever.
Why can't I go?
Just want to land and get off of this spaceship.
The outside world is a dangerous place. You must stay here where you're safe. Do you understand, Flower?
Yeah, I do think that if you're at 1440p, and I said this in the review video, this graphics card is really, really good. If you're going for if you have a 4K monitor, especially if it's like a 144 hertz monitor,
on my birthday.
then I think you probably want to aim for the XTX. However, if you do get this graphics card and you pair it up with a 4K monitor, it's gonna do fine.
In person.
Because it's still faster than the 6900 XT, it's faster than the 6950 XT, it's faster than the 3090 Ti. So, you know, take that for what it's worth. I just realized that I never saw this Disney movie, like Kingdom of Corona. I've never seen this movie. In fact, I don't even think I've watched Toy Story 3. I know I've seen Toy Story 2, but I don't think I've seen Toy Story 3. So I'm like way behind on the Disney movies.
It sure is a pretty day.
It just feels like Kingdom Hearts.
Great.
If it wasn't for Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, I just wouldn't. I feel like Star Wars wouldn't be something that I continuously compare this game to.
We'll figure it out as we go.
The encoding experience, man. I mean, this is it. This is the encoding on this GPU. This is what it looks like.
Can't we sweat it later?
So I am testing some custom settings though. So I have some custom encoder profile settings that I'm using on here, and compared to what I've done in the previous streams, where I was just using my stock settings. So these are the new settings. I did test offline, before I went live, I did test AV1 encoding. And AV1 encoding was actually really, really good. It was surprisingly very good.
You see, soon as you mention them, they show up.
I do need to check with the Radeon settings though. Like if you record gameplay with Radeon settings, do you have access to the machine learning stuff that they have? Because they have some kind of machine learning heuristics thing that they do to look for like words, like text, like for example these subtitles. So they try to keep these crisp, even in the event that the background becomes blockier because of a lot of high motion and a lot of movement on screen.
Name's Flynn Rider.
I don't know if you can configure that in OBS. I think right now you can't. And then, like, I've sent an email to XSplit because I've been asking XSplit if they support the new encoder's parameters, because it's not really well documented on their side. These things have some kind of shield. Oh, you know what? I want to test the, we'll do that fire. Let's go second form. Let's do stun impact. And then now let's test the Disney ride. Here we go. Where do we go? Oh, this poor little Heartless. Oh, there's more. Oh, this is like the bigger blaster. Okay, I'm getting more points. Or I'm dealing more damage. Goofy. You need to sleep. Alright, Raphael. Well, thanks for stopping by. his magic spells are like really, really strong.
Here we go.
How are my temperatures? Do you have the reference card? Yes, this is the reference card. I can check my temperatures.
Where'd Flynn go?
I think I saw him go that away.
Hold on, let me bring up Radeon settings.
But that away is just a dead end.
Yeah, that's puzzling.
So right now, looking in Radeon settings of the tuning.
We investigate.
So we are currently running 77 degrees Celsius on the GPU temperature. Junction temperature is at 85 Celsius, 86 Celsius, 85. It's like moves around. So, and this is on the reference card, the 7900 XT.
Nice.
But it depends on the game that you're playing. Like this game, I feel like this game's not gonna heat up the GPU that much. I'm looking at my clock speed right now. So as I run around in the world, we're running at 2301 megahertz. Voltage is, you know, 836 millivolt, 53 millivolts. So 850 plus millivolts. VRAM is at the maximum, like stock 2485 megahertz. Resizable bar, smart access memory is enabled. Fan speed, you know, 1200 to 1500 RPM. It just kind of moves around. It depends on like what's happening in the game, right? Like right now there's not a whole lot going on, so there's not a lot of activity. But yeah, the junction temperature is anywhere from like 84 to 86. This is what I'm seeing right now. And the GPU temperature seems to be locked at 77. But yeah, I will do a video on overclocking and undervolting like at some point in the future with this graphics card. I really, really want the XTX though. Whoop. But what's interesting is I feel like it worked out for me because I feel like not a lot of people are covering this particular graphics card. Almost all the content you'll find on YouTube right now is all about the XTX. So I know there's probably people that are wondering, you know, what about the XT? What about the one that all the reviewers say is not worth it or bad value because the other one is just $100 more? What I would say is for 1440p, I've been saying this all stream, but for 1440p, 144 hertz or better, this graphics card is very, very good. If you get the XTX for 1440p, yes, it's faster, but I mean, I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, unless you're willing to wait as long as you can to get one. But if you're at 4K 144 hertz or higher, then I think the XTX, then there is definitely a case that can be made in favor of the XTX. Can I go 1440p? I mean, I guess I could, but I don't really see, like, is the question like, should I run the game at 1440p? Because right now we're running the game at 4K max settings.
Hey, now Sora's gone too.
While streaming on the same GPU with the full encoding maxed out on the quality preset with custom encoder parameters that I've manually keyed in to get this quality settings or this quality on the image. But there's no reason for me to go to 1440p. Like, I'm not gonna do that because it's like I don't need to. You could. I mean, for 1440p, like the graphics card's gonna be like fine. I mean, it'll clock or the FPS will clock even higher. But 4K is definitely more stressful on the GPU. Because at this resolution, you're definitely going to be pushing more through the bandwidth in terms of like this one is a 320 memory bit width as opposed to 384 on the XTX.
Who
else knows my location, Flynn Rider?
All right, hang on, Blondie.
Rapunzel.
Yours gets like
Run tight.
64 core and 110 junctions.
I
Seems
was
like
in
I
a
need to repaste it.
situation
I don't think you need to
before,
repaste
so I
it.
stumbled upon it.
Like, what game are you playing?
Oh, no. Where is my satchel?
I've hidden it. Somewhere you'll never find it. So, what do you
Also,
want
what type of
cut
case?
it?
Like, what's the airflow like in the case that you're using?
Wait, you don't want my hair?
Why on earth would I want your hair? Look, I was being chased. I saw a tower. I climbed it. Okay? End of story.
That's exactly how I feel. There is so much out there about the XTX right now. Yeah, the XTX is gonna be hard to get.
Okay, Flynn Rider. I'm prepared to offer you a deal.
But I assume that everybody watching this stream, like if you're considering the XTX or this graphics card, I really hope that you guys have at least a 1440p monitor, because if you have a 1080p monitor, I don't care if it's 240 hertz. Like, you can do 240 hertz at 1080p with lower end GPU than this. So, like, if someone is watching this and they're thinking about upgrading their graphics card and they're gonna stay at a 1080p resolution, I would probably recommend getting one of the AMD 6000 series GPUs and getting the benefit of the lower price plus the 2 free games. Because if you buy this graphics card, you don't get the 2 free games. You just get the graphics card.
Something brought you here, Flynn Rider. Call it what you will, fate, destiny. So I have made the decision to trust you.
A horrible decision, really.
I am serious.
There are a number of XT, but I don't think there's like a ton of them. I know Micro Center, most Micro Centers are sold out of the XT. You can get them from AMD.com. Like, AMD.com has them, so that is one telling sign of them being readily available.
Break that promise.
But you can't get them from Best Buy. They're sold out. Micro Center, Best Buy, Newegg, although I think Newegg probably does have some of the XT in stock.
I need the satchel, and Blondie has it. There might be more monsters out there. I've got it. The 3 guys in the funny outfits. They look tough enough to come in handy. All right, fine. I'll take you. But on one condition. My
You have 1440p and you're
sidekicks
thinking
come
about the
along.
Red Devil. Newegg has a good selection of XT. You were lucky to get the XTX order from Newegg on Friday. When did they go back in stock? Like, do you guys know a specific time when they actually do these drops?
Look at that.
Or is it just completely random? Like, how often are you checking these websites to see them come in stock like that? You know, I might actually test VR, because I can test VR. Like, little known fact, I do have the, what is it, the Oculus, I have 2. I have the Oculus Rift, and I have the Oculus Rift S. So I could test VR with this GPU. I have a feeling it'll be totally fine, because, I mean, I use VR with the previous 6900 XT, I never had any problems. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to use those too, because it's like super hard for me to track these down. We end up going to the higher battle level world. Kupo coin. Oh, Kupo coin. This is like a talisman of rebirth. Or this is like Tears from Dark Souls 3. Okay, we have a Kupo coin.
Better put this in the mail.
Yeah, so Mystic with the who bought the 7900 XT on the AMD store, that is gonna be a massive upgrade. Go watch my review, my rasterization review on this channel. I don't know if you've seen that video, But in that review video, I test this graphics card against the 6700 XT, the 5700 XT, Intel's Arc A770, an RTX 3080 Ti, an RX 6900 XT, and Vega 64, and a GTX 1080. I have all of those graphics cards all being compared against this graphics card, right? I guess it's more like, how does this graphics card compare to those graphics cards? Because I feel like a lot of reviewers kind of, when they show you a whole bunch of graphics cards, I feel like oftentimes they're showing you irrelevant comparisons. Either that, or they're showing you like way too many graphics cards to the point where you're overwhelmed and it's hard to pay attention. I try to keep it where it's like, if I'm benchmarking for a review, I want to show you guys like the new graphics card, but then I also want to show you like from way back, because, you know, if someone's still on a GTX 1080 or a Vega 64, or maybe even something similar like an RTX 2060, they kind of don't really have a good representation of where they stack if they look at like another reviewer who doesn't actually test graphics cards that are that old, right? So I've got Vega on my test results. I have the 5700 XT, which some reviewers still test that, but I mean most of them don't. But the 5700 or the 6700 XT is also in that comparison video. So if you watch that, you'll see what it's like on 1440p and 4K, because that's what I tested. I didn't bother to do 1080p because I do not believe that this graphics card should be purchased to be paired with a 1080p monitor. You'd be much better off spending that money on other things if you're going to just keep using a 1080p monitor. You don't know a specific time, but I believe ASRock reference card says it will be restocked on the 23rd. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the Gigabyte one as well. So I need to be on the lookout, huh? Till on the 23rd. And you're talking about Newegg? 3 to 4 times that they popped up on Newegg, and I got it in the cart, but was unable to check out before they sold out. It's funny, you know, because there's so many complaints on Reddit about, like, people being disappointed about the graphics card, and yet it's constantly being sold out. So, you know. Hey, Mystic, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Hope you find the info on here useful. Trig sub too. Wow, okay. Thanks for the sub.
That would be Rapunzel. Something tells me this could be her first time outdoors. Give her a few minutes to get used to it.
First time ever?
Man, I'm gonna have to try to look into that stuff, because I really feel... I don't like the fact that this feels like a repeat of 2020 when it comes to new product launches and having to constantly watch for drops. Oh, it's terrible. I thought we moved past this, but apparently not. Because, I mean, the 4090 is in the same boat, although that graphics card is the amount of money that you would spend for most entire systems. And because of the fact that the 4080 is almost similar in price, like the 4080 at $1,200 starting, realistically more like $1,350, that's basically the price of an entire brand new, like, gaming laptop. That's just, I don't know, man. I just can't... It just doesn't seem like good value. You could buy so many system upgrades with that same amount of money. You could buy like a 1300 watt power supply. You could basically upgrade to AM5. You could even buy either like a Ryzen 9 7950X plus the motherboard plus the DDR5 RAM and a power supply and a new case for the amount of money it costs to buy like a RTX 4090 or like an AIB 4080.
Oh, my name's Sora.
And I'm Goofy. Pleasure, ma'am.
AIB.
Donald and
AIB. Why does she keep holding that frying pan?
Nice to meet you too. I'm Rapunzel.
7900 XTX was $1,100 to... Oh, so felt too close to 4080 and not good price.
He really wants to see the
Yeah, but see, the thing is, you gotta remember, like, if you're gonna compare AIB 7900 XTX, you gotta look at the AIB of the 4080. The AIB of the 4080 is gonna be more than 1200. The typical AIB price of a 4080 is like 1350. Typically 1350 or 1400 is the most common that I have seen in terms of 4080.
Just leave it to us.
So it's like, okay, $1,100 versus like $1,400. So you know, there's still a big price gap. In fact, as you look at, as you average out more AIBs, the average price of the 4080 goes, it widens further ahead of the XTX, because the XTX typically tops out around 1,100. I think there's one that's like 1,150 that I saw. I forgot which one it was. I don't know if it was the ASRock Taichi or something. One of them was like above $1,100, but still under 1,200. And then like all the other Nvidia ones were like 1,400.
Unforgettable. Just like your face.
That was like the most random insult that he did to Donald.
Come on, Mal.
All for one and one for all.
Why are they... Oh, wow, they're just gonna run all the way up there like that? What about if I want to look for, like, treasure? What's this? Butterflies.
Look, the flowers are growing on top of the water.
Rapunzel must be pretty excited if this is really her first time outside the tower.
It's like the world goes on forever.
So what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to talk to him?
Ugh, how did I get myself into this?
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for this moment.
I guess we'll just go off and explore on our own.
Maybe this isn't such a good idea after all.
You're gonna head out. Have a nice day. Good luck on finding XTX. Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
I can't believe how wonderful this is.
Devin. I think that's your name. I know some Japanese. But my katakana reading skills have gotten really, really rusty. Haven't really had to speak Japanese since like 2018. So like it's been over 4 years, almost 5 years. I can't believe that.
Huh.
Comparison to 4080. You're trying to purchase from Best Buy is fighting against bots.
Rapunzel, take cover.
Tried to grab. Price mistake, but sold out. Was that an actual seller though, or was that because Best Buy wouldn't price the XTX at $899?
It's way too scary out here. Let's just turn around and take you home.
No, I am seeing those lanterns.
Oh, come on!
Rapunzel?
It's okay. I'm not afraid to face them.
Careful, Rapunzel.
It was a mistake on the Sapphire reference. Really?
They need a tower.
Oh, did I miss the chance for the Disney ride? Oh, I missed the Disney ride. Wait, what is Rapunzel doing? Is... Oh, this again. It's this one. I don't know, like, Kingdom Hearts 2's problem was that it spammed you too much with, like, the triangle QuickTime events. Kingdom Hearts 3 spams you with Disney ride attractions. I feel like that's the difference. This makes you think of, like, Smuggler's Run. If you're, like, a gunner in Smuggler's Run, I don't know if anybody's been to Disney World, but, if they were and they've been to Hollywood Studios, they probably know what I'm talking about. Trice, thanks for the sub. Spam spells. Second form again. Actually, I want to try this keyblade. I haven't really done much with this keyblade. Whoa, what is this? Best Buy screwed up. People still got the card. See, man, I wish I would be watching the website when those things actually happen. Because every time I check the websites, everything's always sold out. Like, everything's sold out. Like, right now, like, the XT is sold out on Best Buy. Oh, I need to... Oh, Rage Form. What is that? What is this? So when he's like low health, there's a chance that he goes into this rage form? He's going rage mode. Like a Radeon card overclock profile. See what I did there? Flare Force? What is that? Risk charge. Oh, he's powering up. Oh, that damages me. Okay. That does a lot of damage. I need to probably heal myself. There we go.
Rapunzel? Rapunzel!
I mean, I'd be happy with the reference XTX. But I feel like if you're somebody who cares more about peak performance, absolute performance, and overclocking, then the AIB cards are definitely the way to go. At least on the AMD side. Like with NVIDIA, if it was me, I would prefer the Founders Edition card over all the AIBs. If I had to get an AIB NVIDIA card, it'd probably be a Zotac at MSRP and not a cent more.
Missing someone?
Who's there?
Then some random, like, completely unintimidating dude in a trench coat shows up.
To assist you in getting her back.
Okay, that was creepy. Let's see, I guess we just keep going. Man, this game is all like, there is so much random abilities constantly activating. And then there's this again, the Disney. Why is always this one? I want the boat. I like the boat one better than this one. Problem with AIB overclocking is that it uses way too much watts. My electricity is not cheap. Yeah, but in that case, then like overclocking, in your case, doesn't really matter, right? Like. Yeah, because if that's the case, then you don't even need to bother with overclocking, and then just get the reference. But I mean, even if you had the AIB, like at stock, the AIB isn't really gonna pull that much more than the reference, because most AIB cards have dual BIOS, and with the dual BIOS, the other BIOS is usually the silent mode, which is basically gonna clock it the same way in terms of voltage as the reference card. But because it's a bigger cooler, it'll probably run with lower temps on the silent BIOS relative to the reference card.
Dandelions.
But again, that kind of depends on the AIB, because if it's one of those like Chungus gigantic like 3.5 slot coolers, like the Sapphire Nitro, that thing with the silent BIOS is probably gonna run a lot cooler and quieter than the reference card, while basically having the exact same power consumption. What is this? What is that? There's like a thing here. If only we had a big gust of wind.
Let's see. Where are the most dandelions?
Sora! See? I told you I wasn't afraid.
Okay.
Sora, scatter the ones over there.
Scatter the ones over here?
Yeah. There must be something I can do to blow them into the air.
Do I have... Oh, I have arrow? Hold up. I need to customize my magic shortcut. Arrow, and I didn't even realize I had cure. What's this? Call upon the bomb with the Dream Eaters and restore your HP. I'll give myself that so I don't have to waste potions. Or actually, you know what I could do? I could just like... I mean, I could probably just give myself potion, or just use a potion if I need to heal. So I'll just go with offensive spells. I'll just put water. Oh wait, not this. What am I doing? Shortcut. Change this to Blizzard. Yeah, so I need to cast Arrow.
They're just like the floating lights. I want to see what's at the top of that hill.
Do you want to see the top of this hill?
I never imagined the forest would be so big. Rabbits!
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna be spending most of this week trying to track down an XTX so I can do video content on that card.
Picking on these rabbits.
You're wondering which settings am I using in OBS with this graphics card? So I will tell you I'm using, I gotta bring up my notepad file. These are custom settings that I'm using. At some point, so right now, OBS, I'm using the latest beta version of OBS. It's version 29, for those wondering. But the parameter settings, you can plug those in on the current public release. Like, that's no big deal. The beta version 29 adds AV1 encoding for the new Radeon 7900 cards. What is this? That barely did any damage. And I took a lot of damage from that. So, okay, let me look up the settings.
Don't worry, it's safe now.
Okay, so what I have turned on is
Oh, maybe they want to show us something.
max frame. So I'm using MaxNumRefFrames equals 4. Oh wow, I'm almost dead.
Where do you think the rabbits went?
Oh, Donald cured me. Thanks. So MaxNumRefFrames equals 4. BReferenceEnable. So basically, okay. So for those wondering, the reason why the AMD encoder now is basically the same as the NVIDIA one is because they've added B frames. In the past, you only had B frames on NVIDIA. And what a B frame is, think of it as a reference frame that is a static image that has the entire, like, picture of what it's showing. So a B frame is, think of it as a solid, flat image that has everything static. Whereas the intermediary or the interpolated frames are all going to be kind of like having some kind of movement in them. So they're going to have some kind of degree of blur or blockiness or pixelated look to them. Whereas a B frame will be a crisp, like, stock image. So NVIDIA had the B frames option. Now I will mention that AMD used to have B frames a long time ago, like 10 years ago, when it used to be called VCE. But for some reason, I think it was around the time of like VCE 3 or 4 or somewhere around there, they got rid of them for some reason, or you couldn't enable them. And because of that, NVIDIA's encoder quality just like went ahead of AMD by leaps and bounds. So they've reintroduced B frames, so you can now specify, like, for example, I have set BReferenceEnable equal 1 as a parameter, and then I'm also using MaxConsecutiveBPictures equal 1. So that's another one. BPicturesPattern equal 1. And then the last parameter that I have in here is HighMotionQualityBoostEnable equals 1. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this into the chat. And I'll probably add it to the stream. You know what? Maybe I should just add it to the stream description. So I'll do it that. I'll do that, but I'm also going to post it in the chat. So let's see. Custom OBS encoder settings. So I've reached out to XSplit to see if they can send me, like, confirmation on whether or not these parameters work with XSplit as well. Or if they even support, like, the new AMF parameters. Because as far as I know, XSplit is still using the old VCE encoder, which I think the nomenclature, the syntax is a little bit different. But anyway, these are the settings. I'm going to go ahead and put them in the chat. These are the settings. I just put them in the chat myself. So MaxNumRefFrames equal 4, BReferenceEnable equal 1, MaxConsecutiveBPictures equal 1, BPicturesPattern equal 1, and HighMotionQualityBoostEnable 1. Now, having said all of that, there is another parameter which I am not using. It is called pre-analysis. So the parameter is enable pre-analysis equal 1. However, if you're going to use that parameter, do not use the last one that I have listed there, HighMotionQualityBoostEnable equal 1. It's either one or the other. You can use both of them, but from what I have found is if you turn both of them on, the encoder gets, like, it'll look blurry then clear, then blurry then clear, because it's trying to do pre-analysis while also trying to smooth out the high motion quality. So it's basically, it's trying to make the high motion sharper, but you're running pre-analysis, so it's trying to run like a pre-stage filter that's trying to sharpen up the image. So don't put both of them on together, because basically what ends up happening is the two kind of contradict each other, and then you just basically end up with a inconsistent looking image. So where it like shifts in and out between like sharp and then blurry and then sharp and then blurry. So it's either one or the other. So you either use HighMotionQualityBoostEnable, which the idea behind that parameter is it basically looks at the image And as we move around, it tries to stabilize the pixels, the differences between the pixels, and that also applies to color gradients. So the color might shift in tone if you turn on the pre-analysis. So it kind of depends. Like, it depends on the game, because some games pre-analysis will look better than high motion boost. Like, if I was gonna play, let's say like a game that doesn't have a lot of movement, so maybe like a turn-based RPG, I would probably enable pre-analysis and I would turn off high motion quality boost. But because this is a real-time action RPG where you're running around, you have scenes where there's a lot of fluid motion, so you're gonna kind of want to play around with that. So now keep in mind, I'm just testing these, I'm experimenting with these right now, so it's like I might actually do another stream where I turn off high motion quality and I enable pre-analysis and then retest, maybe with this game or a different game that's similar, because we are going to cover Crisis Core Reunion, as well as I need to finish like Final Fantasy VII Remake before the end of the year, hopefully. So expect a lot more game streams on this channel where I'm testing various encoder settings with the 7900 XT. But this is just one example, right? So there's more to come here, like, definitely. And I will tell you guys, AV1 looks even better. So those wondering, we are not even using AV1 because obviously you cannot stream to YouTube with AV1. They will reject it. So we are basically using old school AVC encoding, H.264, but we are now using the 7900 XT. We're using which has the new Xilinx encoder chip, and then it has all these new B frames and all this other stuff. So it's definitely like a lot better looking than before. So, all right. So I think, let's see. I need to find the next save. Or wait, is there a way through here? Oh. Oh, there is a secret path.
I think they want us to have this. Thank you.
Let me try Hercules. Wait, what's the other one? No, let's try Hercules. The Hercules keyblade. Wait a minute. I just realized something. Rapunzel and Flynn are both like characters. So you know what? I can take these items from them. I'll take that and add that because I don't need them to have those. In fact, I'll give one of them to Goofy. Donald still has those two. Okay. How much time it's gonna take to implement AV1 in YouTube? I mean, it's not up to us. It's up to YouTube. Go ask YouTube. The content providers will determine when they roll out AV1. So that's gonna be on YouTube, on Twitch, Netflix, Hulu, basically any company, any media web company that is part of the streaming industry. They're the ones that will decide when AV1. But if I had to guess, at the earliest, probably a year from now. I mean, I'm just giving you guys a rough estimate. I have not done any research on this, but if I had to guess, at the earliest, probably a year from now is when AV1 might start rolling out from places like Netflix. So it'll probably be Netflix or Amazon Prime, or one of those guys will probably roll it out first. But I could be wrong. Maybe YouTube will be the first. I don't know. But I do think that Netflix and any streaming service that is subscription based is probably going to be first to roll out AV1 because they stand to benefit from AV1 from a revenue, from a like bandwidth per dollar marketing, right? Like, for example, if you're going to stream a 4K video from Netflix, if you stream it in VP9 versus AV1, you know, the file size, the amount of data being transmitted from Netflix to the viewer's computer or whatever device you're using to watch the stream is going to be much, much higher, much bigger file size, or the amount of data transferred per hour compared to AV1. So AV1 is going to like drastically reduce the file size or drastically reduce the amount of bandwidth per hour transmitted across the internet for these video service providers. That is the reason why I feel like if someone's going to be first to market with AV1, it's probably going to be like Netflix or Amazon Prime Instant Video or Hulu or HBO Max, basically Disney Plus. One of those guys are probably going to be the first with AV1.
Whoa.
So I'm probably going to have to find a save point here. Is there a way to like view the map? I don't know. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I guess I'm supposed to go this way. Okay, this is actually, wait, this is different. This is different. This is the water ride. Yes, so you can record with AV1 and upload to YouTube. So YouTube will allow you to upload a video that has been encoded using AV1, but they will not allow you to stream directly to them in AV1. Wow, that, oh, he's going Herc. He's going Herc, okay. Got the shield. Just got here. It's gonna be Amazon Switch that will be the first to market because they've been pushing it for a while now, then Netflix Hulu. Yeah, probably. Well, I can see Amazon because the bandwidth savings. Also, the other thing too is Twitch stands to benefit dramatically, especially for non-partnered streams. Honestly, I feel like YouTube is probably going to be one of the last ones to roll it out for streaming because YouTube doesn't really benefit as much from it compared to the others. Am I going the right way? I think... Wait. Okay, I think we're going the right way. Whoops. I didn't want to do that. I wasted that. Yeah, because remember, like, Twitch doesn't allow... So, if you're not partnered with Twitch, you can only stream at, like, 5 or 6 megabit per second. So, that means that if you have AV1... being limited to that bitrate, the image quality will be improved at that lower bitrate with AV1. So that's definitely an advantage for Twitch because Twitch is definitely more bandwidth limited, or I guess a streamer on Twitch is far more bandwidth limited compared to other streaming services.
Okay, that's suspicious.
Well, I mean, the other thing is too, yeah, Amazon does own Twitch, but that doesn't mean that just because Amazon rolls it out for like Prime, That doesn't mean that Twitch will instantly have it. It's still going to be two different management teams, two different complete business units. So that I wouldn't really say that just because one gets it first doesn't mean the other one's immediately going to have it. There's probably going to be still a difference in terms of when they roll it out.
We're all clear.
Of course you do. This is like a well-known fact. If you're not partnered with Twitch and you try to stream on Twitch with like whatever Twitch account you use, you will not be able to stream more than like 5 Mbps. It's like I think they raised it to 6. I think the max is like 6 Mbps, but you can't go above that. Whereas Twitch partners, the reason why Twitch partners streams look so good, regardless of what they're using to stream, is because they just crank the bitrate up so high that you know, it doesn't even matter like what they're streaming with. They could be streaming with like a 10-year-old GPU and it'll still look good because they're partnered, so they'll just, you know, crank the bitrate up to like 30 megabit per second or something. And so that's 30,000 kbps. That's gonna look really, really good compared to anything that AV1 can hope to do.
Alright. Please be careful, Sora.
I think they can stream at more than 8K, actually. I think it goes above that. Because there are some streams on Twitch that I think that they can stream above 1080p 60. Oh wait, I didn't want to do the Pegasus thing. I need to figure out on PC, I need to figure out how to actually toggle the different moves, because I wanted to activate Flare. I didn't want to activate this. I wanted to save this for later. I wanted to do this move first. The fireworks. I want to do fireworks first, but well, oh well. I assume that there is a way to prioritize, but I don't know what the button prompt is to toggle between them. Is it this? No, it doesn't seem like it's any of those buttons. The other thing too that you don't get if you're not partnered is you don't get transcodes. So like, for example, if you watch a partner on Twitch, if your internet is having a bad day and they're streaming at like 1080p 60, you know, you'll be able to watch them at like 480p or 360p or 720p or some lower resolution than what they're normally or what they're natively streaming at. Whereas with non-partnered Twitch streamers, they don't have that luxury. If they stream at like 1080p 60, all their viewers can only view them at 1080p 60. So that hurts them if they're trying to build an audience, because they can't really stream at 1080p because either it'll look good but people with bad internet can't watch them, so they can't get viewers unless the viewers have really good internet, or they have to stream at a lower quality resolution like 480p or 10 or 720p, which is what most people would actually do. And then, you know, then people won't think that their streams look as good as partner streams, so people won't really watch them either. So that's why I feel like on Twitch it's very, very hard to grow an audience on Twitch starting from scratch. It's near impossible by today's standards, because the platform is too oversaturated. There are too many like Twitch personalities that have all the viewers. So like I personally wouldn't even bother with Twitch. Like that ship sailed a long time ago. I have a Twitch channel. I used to stream on Twitch a long time ago. In 2014 was when I actually had a following. In 2015, I slowly like dropped my Twitch channel. Tried to start it back up again in 2017. It never really went anywhere. At that point, I realized, you know, Twitch has gotten so big. There's too many like big channels that you're competing with as a small streamer that it's near impossible to get a following. So it's like, yeah, I don't even bother with Twitch. Like Twitch, in my mind, Twitch is dead to me. Like I would never bother to like build an audience there anymore. I mean, the only way I would ever do that is if my YouTube audience got big enough where I could migrate over to Twitch. But realistically, why would I do that if people watch me on YouTube? See what I'm saying? So that's why I feel like Twitch is kind of it's in a weird spot. It's hard to grow there if you're new and you want to be a streamer. You know, it's just very, very hard. It's a very like difficult environment to grow as a newcomer to the platform. And it's weird because they make it hard. They make it hard for non-partnered. Because they don't give you transcodes, they limit your stream bandwidth, so it's like you're basically boxed into this weird scenario where you can only stream at 720p, at either 30 FPS or 60 FPS, maybe 1600p. But again, you're working with bandwidth limits, so it's like the higher up your resolution goes, the worse your stream will look. The lower resolution, some people won't watch you because they'll think that you're some pleb that only streams at 720p. It's not good quality, you know. So it's a weird mess on Twitch if you're someone who has an aspiration of becoming like a streamer on that platform. I feel like if you were small and you were doing Twitch back in 2014 like me, then you actually had a chance, because if I had stuck with it in 2014, which was 8 years ago, I could have probably had a decent following on that platform if I stuck with it. But, the reality is I got out of that market, back in 2015, never really went back. And then I realized now that the platform has grown so much now that it's near impossible. So it's much better to go to a place like YouTube, where YouTube is way larger, and YouTube is also far more widespread in terms of the type of content you can do on this platform. Like, I feel like people who are on Twitch, the community is typically just like people who want to engage with someone who can crack jokes and like look at memes and play some random video game like Fortnite or something that someone might be interested in, or maybe Minecraft or WoW or Final Fantasy 14 or some mainstream game, League of Legends or whatever. Because I know when I was covering the Ryzen CPU launch and the Intel 13th Gen launch, like, people were telling me, like, in the chat, people were saying, like, I'm gonna be a Twitch streamer. I don't mean to like burst that dream, that bubble of being a personality streamer, but it's like the odds are very, very stacked against anybody who's trying to break out on that channel and like, or on that platform and actually like get anywhere. I'm almost dead. My character's like low health for some reason. Oh boy. What the heck? Okay, they healed me. I was gonna heal myself, but I saved my potion. And then I still got rage form, so that's cool. It seems like on Twitch, every single category has the mega streamer that sucks up all... Yeah, exactly. And that's how it's always gonna be. Because people are always gonna want to watch, like, Asmongold or those other ones that I don't pay attention to. I mean, not that I watch Asmongold, but he's, like, the only really big one that I'm aware of. Like, I don't really know... I can't name off the top of my head, like, other big Twitch streamers. I guess, like... Lyric was one that I was aware of, but Lyric's been around forever. Like, he was big back when I actually used to be on Twitch. So I don't really know any of the modern ones by today's standards. The last time I've been on Twitch was probably like sometime randomly last year, just to check out some random video of a new game. I don't normally go to that website anymore. Yeah, and I feel like it's really the management the company. So yes, it's owned by Amazon, but you got to remember, like, Twitch is largely managed by whoever used to run that website before Amazon purchased them. So they still have their own way of doing things. And I blame them for mismanaging the growth of that website. Because I feel like Twitch could have been a big competitor to YouTube. But because the platform is so restrictive to content creators, I don't see it as a place that can grow. Like, I'm surprised that Mixer died, because I feel like Mixer was also kind of mismanaged by Microsoft, because Microsoft, rather than trying to invest in like new, smaller channels and help them grow an audience through like algorithm, search engine optimization, Microsoft tried to like lure a bunch of mega streamers like Ninja to their platform, thinking that would be the way to grow. But that's really only like for a short-term vision in my mind. Like, yeah, you'll get a lot of random like fanboys and fangirls that watch Ninja play Fortnite, but other than those guys, it's like, where's the long-term growth? That's just like, you know, jumping on the bandwagon of a trend. So I feel like the problem with Microsoft and Mixer was they were way too short-sighted. And that's why that platform ultimately failed. It's funny, like, Twitch could have gone in so many different directions, but they just kind of stuck with this, like, easy path of, you know, the big channels get all the views, funnel everybody to those channels, because that's what drives all the network traffic, and that's what makes your metrics look good to the bean counters and the board of directors. So, you know, ultimately that's what they do, and that's what you get. So,
hey, blame the has-been, not me.
Oh, I think you mean Marluxia.
it would be nice if there was another big, like, YouTube competitor, though, that actually challenged YouTube. I think the biggest one that I could think of is TikTok, but TikTok isn't really the same. It's like a different kind of caliber in terms of what TikTok does. So, and YouTube has tried to compete with them with their shorts, but I feel like shorts is just, I don't know, that's just like blatantly copying TikTok.
Yeah, sort of.
And I don't like it. Like, I hate when YouTube, like, tries to spam, like, a whole section of shorts in my recommended video feed. I always have to, like, click on the thing to, like, hide this for the next 30 days. Because I don't want to see all these shorts. Like, just hide all this stuff. I don't want to see that, so... Because it's always, like, irrelevant stuff that has nothing to do with my target audience. It has nothing to do with technology. It'll be like some random cat video, or somebody complaining about some random political thing, or, you know, whatever it is. It's like, yeah, no, please hide this. I don't want to see this. Don't it's bad enough that you're copying TikTok. Please don't, like, show me this shorts stuff on here. Yeah, no.
What? No, of course not.
I mean, at the very least, they could show me, like, memes or something, but no, it has to be, like, some high-speed chase in LA, whatever, or some, you know what I mean? Like, it's always some random irrelevant thing.
The first step is to find her.
I hope Rapunzel's okay.
Alright, well, I think we're kind of close to a good stopping point. We've been going for, like, almost 3.5 hours on this stream, and I think I would say the quality is good, so I feel like this kind of answers the question of, is streaming on AMD GPUs, like, or encoding video on AMD GPUs in real time for the purposes of things like live streaming? I think this stream answers that question. So the answer is definitely yes, you can do it, and the quality is good. It'll be interesting to see how this looks if I were to stream on, like, an older 6000 series RDNA 2 GPU. So, yeah, I'm pretty stoked. Like, I feel like this graphics card, don't believe all the, like, misinformation. Just go with your gut. Like, if your gut tells you, get this GPU, because it's probably going to be really good, then, you know, it probably is going to be really good. So, you kind of have to sometimes filter out all the noise and just make a decision. So, yeah, I think this is probably a good place to end the stream. About to go into like the dark woods or something. So I'll be back with another stream later in the week. We'll probably be talking about CES, predictions for CES, upcoming hardware releases for next year, as well as game releases for next year. Because there's a lot of good games coming out next year. But yeah, if you guys are holding out for an XTX, good luck trying to get one of those. It's really, really hard. The hardware unboxed thumbnail is burned in my brain of this GPU. Sometimes you just have to delete those images, man. That's all I can say. Like, I'm satisfied with it. You know, I think the results, my benchmark, my video, my own review video. I've done a ray tracing review video for this graphics card. I've done a rasterization review. Both of those videos are on the channel. The results show that it is a worthy upgrade, basically for anything that's from, you know, any kind of GPU that's from GTX 10 series, RTX 20 series, the mid-range to lower RTX 30 series, the same thing with the RDNA 6000, so the 6700 XT and up, or 6700 XT and down or older. You know, this is a great upgrade for anyone on Vega 64, Radeon 7, 5700 XT, 5700, anything older than that, any kind of like RX 580, 590, 480, 470. This is like a world of a difference going to one of these. And you got to keep in mind, this thing in rasterization is faster than all of the Ampere RTX 30 series. So that includes the 3090 Ti and anything below that. So you're going from 3060 Ti. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the, yeah. You're basically going to something that can do 4K versus something that could barely handle like 4K. And probably the 3060 Ti is going to start struggling with 1440p on some titles next year. If not already. Like Cyberpunk is probably a good example. But yeah, I think this one's good, especially if you're at 1440p. And then 4K, like I would say, if you're on the fence about whether or not you should buy this GPU for 4K, it just kind of depends on your, like how willing are you to try to grind out the effort to obtain an XTX. Because I do think that if you're wanting to upgrade to a 4K monitor, or you're already on a 4K monitor and you are thinking about upgrading your graphics card because your current graphics card can no longer handle 4K that well, I would say if you're willing to wait for the XTX, then that's probably the better one to get for 4K. But just know that this graphics card, so the XT, can game at 4K high refresh without any problems. And you guys have to remember, if you go watch I encourage you guys to go watch my video review on the rasterization performance of this GPU, because I tested pure rasterization. No FSR, no FSR2, no, and I didn't do ray tracing. Ray tracing is in a separate video that's already on the channel, but I tested pure rasterization, pure native resolution, ultra max settings. So everything max. I wanted to see the pure performance of the GPU with no upscaling or super sampling technology. So if you want to see what those results look like, go ahead and look at that video, because that does show you the leaps and bounds of performance that this graphics card gives you at 4K and 1440 compared to the older GPUs. Because I think oftentimes what I think happens is if you go and watch reviewers like Hardware Unboxed, they always show, you know, like they're going to show 4080, 4090. I really wish that they wouldn't show you like 4090, because I feel like when you show people a $1,600 graphics card at the top of the bar chart, I think it kind of distracts viewers from the actual product that you're reviewing. It's like, yeah, you can include the 4090, but when you see the 4090 there, what it ends up doing is it crushes all the results, like it squeezes all the results together for all the other GPUs, so it's hard to distinguish the differences. It's hard to perceive the differences. So I feel like and the thing is, the 4090 isn't even a proper, like, it's not the right product to have on those charts because it's so much more expensive. It's just going to, like, balloon all the numbers, and, you know, it's gonna just kind of add noise to the actual message that the review should be. So that's the reason why I would not include a 4090. Even if I had one, I would not benchmark that, or I wouldn't include the results in a review about this graphics card, or a 4080, or a XTX. Like, I just don't think it's relevant to include that information. So that's the reason why my review shows the graphics cards that I chose, because I think that that's more realistic. I want to show, like, what is a gen-on-gen improvement, and what is a gen-over-gen improvement. So, like, for example, that's the reason why I included the 6700 XT and the 6900 XT, because the 6900 XT is the last generation flagship, kind of being compared to this cut-down model, but they have the same kind of naming convention. The 6900 XT, 7900 XT, similar naming convention, so it's a valid comparison. And the other thing too is I wanted to compare the 6700 XT because that kind of shows people a what-if scenario. Because I feel like there's a lot of people out there that may have not been able to afford this type of graphics card back when they bought, you know, whatever graphics card they currently have, whether it's a 3060 Ti or a 6700 XT or something even older, like a 5700 XT or a 1080 Ti or a 2080 or like a 2060, 2070. Because, you know, oftentimes what I feel like reviewers, I feel like mainstream reviewers miss the point, like, they miss the mark when it comes to comparing graphics cards. Like, they oftentimes will talk about, you know, 3090 versus 7900 XT or 6900 XT versus 700 XT. But the thing is, they seem to assume that just because somebody bought a 2070 or a 3060 Ti, that doesn't mean that that person is always going to buy a 60 series card or a 70 class card. They could potentially buy or upgrade to a higher tier product. And I feel like a lot of reviewers fail to realize that when they evaluate the product and they basically write their review script and then they go through the motions of the review. So that's why I feel like, you know, oftentimes some people might, you know, save up and they had a 2070 or they had a 5700 XT in the past, and then they bought a 4K monitor or they bought a 1440p high refresh monitor, and, you know, now they have the money to spend on a 7900 XT, for example, or maybe an XTX, and, you know, now they're capable of buying one of those. It's not like just because they bought a 3060 Ti, that doesn't mean that they're always going to be stuck buying a 60 series product, right? Like, oftentimes people do that, but that's not everybody. So I do feel like it is valid to show, you know, a 6700 XT in the results compared to this new graphics card, this new kind of flagship graphics card. Not exactly flagship, but you get what I'm saying. So hopefully you guys find that info useful. It looks like Sora, Donald, and Goofy are, like, completely bored of their mind, like, listening to my monologue, so you've been all over the different tiers based on a lot of factors. Yeah, because, I mean, I used to have a 5700 XT. Like, I had a 5700 XT. Well, I mean, I still do have it. I mean, I benchmarked with it for the review. But you guys get what I'm saying. Like, I used to have a 5700 XT. Then I had a 6700 XT. Then I got the 6900 XT last year. Or actually, no, I got it in 2020, like at launch. And then I had that graphics card basically until now on the AMD side. So here we are now with a 7900 XT. Most times when people review 700 XT, they compare it to a 1600 XT. Yeah. Yeah, and here's the thing. I feel like when people do that, yes, you can include one or two of those cards, but I feel like when you review a 3090 Ti against this card, you're missing the point, because the people who bought a 3090 Ti, you got to remember the 3090 Ti is a 2022 graphics card. That graphics card launched in March of this year, which means the 3090, anybody who currently owns a 3090 Ti had to have bought it this year, which means they either paid $2,000 for it or more, because the first part of this year it was selling for like $3,000 or something, because it was back during Ethereum. This was before Ethereum like fell off, right? So yeah, rip all 3090 Ti users, because 3090 Ti users, they had to have bought that graphics card this year. So when a reviewer goes and shows a 7900 XT against a 3090 Ti, how relevant is that to people who are actually considering to buy a 7900 XT? Because the 3090 Ti is already gone. That ship has sailed. All those are out of stock. They're gone. You can't get those anymore, even though they were heavily discounted down to like $1,100 at one point. But it's kind of an irrelevant comparison. It's an academic comparison at best, but realistically, someone who is going to spend $900 on a graphics card, if you show them the 3090 Ti results, that doesn't really mean anything to them, because they don't have that graphics card, and if they did, they wouldn't be watching a review about a 7900 XT, because, you know, rip 3090 Ti users. Why would they be thinking about upgrading to even the 4090? Like, it's irrelevant to them, because they already spent $2,000 or more or whatever, or unless they got it for a deal. But who cares? They probably still paid like $1,500 for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's an irrelevant comparison. Versus where I feel like the messaging should have been was like 6800 XT. That should have been a good one, because that is the same kind of tier, and it was priced lower 2 years ago. Or even like they should have talked about like anyone who's on like a 2080 Ti. Where is the 2080 Ti in everybody's reviews? Why is it that almost nobody included a 2080 Ti, or if they did, they just glanced over it in the benchmark charts and never even pointed it out? You see what I'm saying? So I feel like a lot of people missed the mark on the messaging. Instead, everybody complained about, oh, it's too expensive, it's bad value. And then they show you like a 3090 Ti compared to it. It's like, the 3090 Ti was a $2,000 MSRP graphics card. Like, if we're talking about bad, if they're saying $900 is a bad value, and then they show you a comparison with a $2,000 MSRP graphics card, where is the bad value exactly? Because I don't really see it. They're too busy crying to buy us. 2080 Ti is so far down the list in reviews. Yeah, but the 2080 Ti was a $1,200 graphics card. MSRP was $1,000. The Founders Edition 2080 Ti was $1,200. So you know what's funny? People have been hating on the 4080 at $1,200, but the reality is the 2080 Ti was $1,200 in 2018. Then the 3080 Ti was $1,200 last year. These are MSRP, guys. I'm telling you, true MSRPs of the Founders Edition cards. $1,200 in 2018, $1,200 in 2021, and 4080 comes out, and guess what? $1,200. So shame on NVIDIA, because they priced their non-Ti as a Ti tier price. So that is what NVIDIA did wrong. In my mind, I don't complain about the 4080 being bad value because it's $1,200. My complaint is the fact that NVIDIA had the audacity to price the 4080 as a Ti product when in fact it is not a Ti product. That is what they did wrong. Not what all the reviewers are saying. I complain about it for a completely different reason. Outrage about that than even the... It's complete ludicrous. And the only reason why this is happening, the only reason why people are complaining about a $900 graphics card compared to a $2,000 graphics card, when in fact they compare this $900 graphics card to a $2,000 graphics card that did launch at $2,000 earlier this year. is because back when the 3090 Ti launched at $2,000, the reality was we were still in the supply shortages, and crypto was still a thing, and Ethereum was still a thing, so you couldn't get any other graphics card. So Nvidia could get away with the crime of pricing it at $2,000 and then letting scalpers like drive it up to $3,000. Seriously, you think the RTX 30 and the RX 6000 release, the GPU market has been in shambles? Man, it all started with the 3090. You want to blame one company and one graphics card for it? Blame Nvidia and blame their stupid RTX 3090 launch back in 2020 when they decided to price that thing at $1,500 MSRP. That's what started it. Well, okay. Really, the thing that started it was the 2080 Ti. The 2080 Ti at $1,199 at basically the RTX 4080, but they priced it at $1,200 in 2018, 4 years ago. That's what started the trend. That's what started the trend. And if you go further back, it was the Titan. Nvidia priced the Titan at $1,000 in 2013. That's how long ago it was. 2013, Nvidia priced the first GTX Titan. It was the Kepler-based Titan, so it's basically the 700 series, 780, 780 Ti. The GTX Titan in 2013 was $999, and it had a whopping 6 gigabytes of memory. That was what started. But the thing is, Nvidia called it Titan, so guess what? Everybody and their dog and their cat completely ignored its existence. And they only looked at the 780 Ti. They only looked at the 780 Ti, which was, I think, $550 or $600, somewhere around there, whatever. It was always kind of like that kind of price. So then, they had the 980 Ti, the 1080 Ti, but then, for some reason, when they got to the 20 series, they thought, oh, we have ray tracing now. It's so good, everybody's going to want this, so we can price this thing at $1,200 for the 2080 Ti. They did have an RTX Titan. The RTX Titan, which was a 20 series, so a Turing-based Titan, was $2,500, if I'm not mistaken. You guys can fact check me on this. I'm just reading this all off of my brain. I memorized all these numbers. So I think it's $2,500 for an RTX Titan that had 24 gigabytes of memory, if I'm not mistaken. That was the first 24 gigabyte prosumer graphics card that they sold. And that was in 2018. Was when they launched that. So, but because it was a Titan, nobody bought it, no one cared about it, and they priced it at $2,500, nobody cared, reviewers never talked about it, it was largely ignored. So guess what they did in 2020? They thought, oh, you know what? Wouldn't it be nice if we could sell more of these Titans that people seem to ignore? Like, everybody seems to think that the 80 Ti is the product that's the Halo product, even though the Titan is technically the true Halo product, but no one, like, people ignore its existence. So what they do, instead of calling it Titan, they went and called it a 90. They went and called it a 90. The brilliant idea, light bulb moment, facepalm moment for everybody else, but the brilliant moment of Nvidia's renaissance, their enlightenment had arrived. We are gonna call the RTX Titan for the 30 series an RTX 3090, and we're gonna call it the world's first 8K gaming GPU. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Anybody who knows anything about graphics cards knows exactly what I'm talking about. They flew in all these like random influencer streamers that no one actually knows about. No one knows who these streamers were because they had like all these random streamers from Twitch on there. I didn't even recognize any of those faces. I had no idea who they brought in there, and they were like, oh, 8K, it's cool. It was all a big meme. That huge fiasco with the 3090. All the reviewers basically like bombed it, but then, you know, no, people largely ignored it because the 3080 was $700. So people just bought that instead. But then again, of course, scalpers, bots, you know what, And then the supply chain shortages that followed in 2021 basically made it near impossible to buy any of the 30 series cards. And AMD RDNA 2 cards were even in less supply because AMD had less capacity on the assembly line at TSMC compared to the Ryzen CPUs and all of Apple's stuff. So, you know, it was pretty much the dark times. The dark times came in 2020, in the second half of 2020, and that was the end. And it's basically never really recovered when you think about it. It's never really gotten back to normal. So now that NVIDIA has learned that they can sell a whole bunch of Titan cards if they call them 90 cards, people will buy them, guys. It's so smart. Why didn't we think of this a decade ago? Yeah. At that time, the 2080 was basically a 1080 Ti, so the generational leap was stagnant. Well, you gotta remember that they had the 2080 Ti, but it was $1,200, so no one really wanted it. The whole 10 gigarrays, remember that 10 gigarrays? I love gigarrays. Remember that? Oh man, the memes, the Jensen memes. Oh man, the RTX 20 series. One of the most, like, the worst product, one of the worst generations for NVIDIA. It fell flat across the board. Probably one of the most forgotten, that'll be one of the most forgotten GPU generations, like, years from now. The 20 series, the RTX 20 series. The GPUs that nobody wanted. And then there was the RTX 30 series. The GPUs that no one could buy throughout the normal lifespan of that product. You were gonna cry when the browser froze. That happened to me when I was trying to buy a PS5 at launch that year. Because everything all crammed. You know, like, I don't understand who at these companies think it's a great idea to launch all their products all together within a 90-day window of each other. So in 2020, we had RTX 3080 in September of 2020. Immediately gone, bots and scalpers gone, you can never get one. Then they have 3090, same deal, less supply, and bots and scalpers took down NVIDIA's website. NVIDIA got mad at the bots and scalpers, so what they do, rather than trying to implement anti-bot measures on their website, what did NVIDIA do? They said, guess what, guys? We're no longer going to sell these things on our website. You can't buy an RTX graphics card off of NVIDIA.com anymore. Thanks to bots and scalpers and NVIDIA's laziness in trying to reinforce their website. So, as a result, guess what? Best Buy is the only game in town if you want an FE now. So, thanks to bots and scalpers and NVIDIA for that change that happened in 2020. So then you had that. Then you had PlayStation 5. We all know how that went down. If you wanted one of those, you basically had to watch someone like Jake Randall live streaming if you actually wanted a PS5 or an Xbox Series X. Those are also very hard to find. And then AMD stuff. Then you had Ryzen Zen 3, the Ryzen 5000 series launched. And those were actually surprisingly easy to get. Like, it was very easy for me to upgrade to a 5800X in 2020. And I kept the same motherboard. I just bought the CPU and dropped it in, and I was good to go. And then you had RDNA 2. So you had the RX 6800 and the 6800 XT. Guess what? Bots and scalpers gobbled those things up in an instant. And then you had, in December 8th, 2020, the final product launch, aka the RX 6900 XT, in December 8th of 2020. It was the last product launch, just like how the 7900 is the last major product launch of this year. It came out in December, and guess what? Same deal. Bam, gone overnight, even though it was $1,000. No one thought, oh, who's going to want to buy an AMD graphics card at $1,000? Well, apparently a bunch of scalpers and bots wanted it, so... yeah, you're going to cry. Dread saying prices are never going down again. Yeah, we're in the dark times. I mean, it's not okay. It's not as bad as it was last year. You have to admit, last year was truly the darkest of the dark times. Like, if you wanted a 3080s were going for close to $2,000 at one point last year, and the 3090 was $3,000. It was like double the price. And then the AMD card, so the 6900 XT was almost always $1,500 or more last year. And then I don't know what the 6800 was. 6800 I think was like $1,200 or $1,100 or something. But they were all very, very hard to find. Near impossible. I feel like the hate for 7900 XT is a blessing in disguise. Yeah, probably. You can look at it that. See, okay, the thing that people need to realize, if you're living in the dark times, you have to pick and choose your victories. You have to know, like, when you gotta make a move, because you never know what's gonna happen. We could end up in, like, we all know what's going on with the you-know-what happening in China right now. You know, who knows what's going to happen? Soon Chinese New Year is going to happen in late January. And if they have lockdowns again, you know what that means for the supply chain. You know what that means for GPU prices and basically everything else. The trickle-down economics. You know what's going to happen. So, think of it like this. Right now, this feels like a repeat of the end of 2020. So, remember how bad 2021 was? Who knows, man? Maybe 2023 is going to be a repeat of that. That's going to be terrible. So, I feel like the hate for 700 XT is a blessing. Oh, yeah. I sold the 3080 for $2,500 in 2020. See? That's exactly what I'm talking about. That is exactly what I'm talking about. Those were the dark times. So the thing is, we don't know if next year is going to be anything like that. Or if it'll be like that, but to a lesser degree. Or if things will just become normal again and everything will go back to the way it was in like 2019. Who knows? You know, like, no one can really predict. No one really thought that Ethereum was, or no one really thought that crypto was going to crash as hard as it did. Like, at the beginning of this year. Like, back when crypto was still at its height, back in January, nobody really thought that it was going to, like, tank the way it did. So, you bought a 6800 for $840 at the height of the pandemic. I don't know how bad No, I would say that's probably an okay deal when you think about it. Like, in the long run, that was probably not terrible. Because if you wanted a... Because I remember, like, last year, I would go into a Micro Center, and, like, 3080s were going for, like, $1,400, $1,600, something like that. Kind of around that price on average. Brand new from Micro Center. Not the scalpers, but actually from Micro Center. And then, like, the 6900 XT was around $1,500, $1,400, somewhere around there. $1,600. So the 6800 XT was probably $1,200. So the 6800 non-XT, around $850, somewhere around there is probably about right. Maybe $900. Because you got to remember, I remember when the 6700 XT was $900 at Micro. It was $899. Actually, that's funny. Man, I wish I screenshotted that. I could probably find that if I look further back. But there was a time last year when the 6700 XT was the same price as this 7900 XT that everybody's complaining about being overpriced. You can probably find those pricing videos on Hardware Unboxed. Hardware Unboxed did a lot of coverage on how things were messed up last year. So they probably have an archived video of that. That time, the 3060, 800... Yeah, the 3060 and the 6700 XT and the 3070 were all, like, ridiculously overpriced. They were all terrible value back then. I mean, technically, the 3060, even now, is not a good value, because it's still not at MSRP, but, yeah. But it's nothing like it was last year. So, what I'm saying is, if you're on the fence about buying a 700 XT, unless you truly, really, really want the XTX, and I can't blame you there, because the XTX is good, it is the best one, out of all four of these cards, out of the 700 XT, the XTX, the 4080, and the 4090, out of all four of them, the XTX, hands down, is the best value, so it's going to be the value king, because it's $1,000, and it's somewhere between a 4080 and a 4090 in rasterization, closer to a 4080 at stock. But, you know, who knows with the AIB cards, with driver updates next year, with FSR3 coming next year, at some point, with the whole AMD fine wine, whatever you want to call it, the XTX at some point will grow further ahead of the 4080, but I don't think it'll ever, like, catch or overtake a 4090 in its lifetime. But at best, toward the end of its lifetime, it'll probably close the gap on the 4090 tremendously, but it'll still probably always be weaker than it. That's my prediction for like the next 2 years for how the XTX will age versus the 40 series cards. And then the XT is it's not a terrible value, but it's not a great value, if that makes sense. The XT is just kind of there. It just exists as a new product, and it's priced at $900. So, and the sad thing is AMD can get away with doing that because NVIDIA gave them a super long runway, and AMD still has the 6900 XT, which they can slot right in behind it, and the 6950 XT, you know, like between the 90 or the 900 and the 7900. So, have I tried overclocking? Not yet, but I will at some point. I think I played around with the sliders on the first day that I had it about a week ago, but I never bothered to try to stability test or anything. Basically, I just like tested the clocks in Radeon settings to see how they would change with different settings, and then I kind of like reset it back to factory default after that. But yeah, I will look at overclocking and undervolting in a future video on the channel at some point. But so far, you know, stock settings, the card's pretty amazing, like I would say, especially at 1440p. So I'll say it again because we're getting close to the end of the stream, but what I'll say for the viewers that are tuning in now, as opposed to the ones that were here earlier, if you're on the fence about a 7900 XT, we don't know what the future holds. We don't know what's going to happen next year with supply, you know, what any kind of world event that could happen that could mess things up tremendously. But if you have a 1440p monitor and you don't really want to wait around for the XTX, you won't be disappointed with the XT at 1440p. At 1440p, 144 Hz, this graphics card is probably a very, very good deal. The XTX will be slightly better value, but at 1440p, you'd be hard-pressed to tell the difference between the two of them. Now, if you're on 4K, 144 Hz or whatever, if you're on 4K just in general, I would say that if it was me, I would try to get an XTX. It's not that the XT is bad at 4K. You go watch my review and you can determine whether or not you think that those FPS numbers for 4K are satisfactory or great or good or whatever or excellent. But I would just say, like, if it was me, I do feel like if I'm buying for a 4K monitor, I do think that you'll get a much better value overall with the XTX. So in my mind, the way I would oversimplify these two graphics cards, for 4K, the XTX is excellent value. The XT is great value. For 1440p, I think it's the other way around. I think the XTX is awesome value, but almost kind of like you're paying more for extra performance that you won't really perceive the difference at 1440p, if that makes sense. Whereas the XT at 1440p, it's not as fast, but it is so fast at 1440p that you will not be able to perceive any difference between the two cards at that lower resolution. So in that regard, the XT is an excellent value at 1440p. Now, why reviewers weren't able to come to these conclusions, I don't know why. The fact that people benchmarked, you know, these cards against a 3090 Ti, which has a MSRP of $2,000, and you can't even buy those things anymore. So how relevant is that? You know, I don't know why everybody was complaining about bad value and the price and stuff when they were benchmarking it against a card that was like way more money to begin with and way worse value when we look at it that way. And it's previous generations, so I don't know, it's weird. People need to like kind of chill out when it comes to these product launches because I feel like they're kind of missing the point. So that's kind of where I'm going to leave it at that. With that said, I think that's a good point to end the stream. So I did cover basically everything. So it's like the card runs really, really good. I mean, I'm streaming at 4K with the encoder on the graphics card. You guys can see how it looks. 1440p, go watch my review. I've got 1440p and 4K results in my review of this graphics card. So that's I have the rasterization one. You're probably gonna want to check that one out because that one's probably gonna be the most relevant one. So we've got noise, we've got thermals, we've got perf per watt, performance per dollar, cost per dollar, a bunch of game benchmarks. We've got Time Spy in there. Bunch of different game engines. I tested a bunch of different game engines. Souls engine, so Elden Ring's in there. MMOs are in there. Final Fantasy's in there. All that stuff. So you want to go see that? Go check that out. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here, guys. Once again, thanks everyone for watching and all the new people who subscribed during the stream. You guys helped push this channel over 7,000 subscribers for the first time in the channel's history. So that's a huge milestone considering this channel is actually pretty old. But I didn't really bother to try to grow the audience until now or until this year. So with that said, I appreciate everybody for watching and hope you guys find this content useful to some degree if you're interested in in-depth coverage of all things tech, whether we're talking about GPUs, CPUs, overclocking, undervolting, motherboards, peripherals, or even games, because we do cover games, because the name of the channel is Game Tech Reviews, so we try to cover that too, to some degree. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream, and once again, thanks for watching, and if you guys like the content, feel free to subscribe or hit that bell icon, and check out some of those videos on the 7900 XT if you're more interested in that product. So with that said, take care everyone, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Thanks.